Buick LPGA Shanghai, part of the race to the CME Globe.
Friday in China may have brought blue skies, but it was raining birdies and in some cases eagles at Shizhong Garden Golf Club. And yet again the Korean flag holds pride of place at the halfway stage. 25-year-old Se-Young Kim produced a mid-round surge which propelled her all the way to the top of the leaderboard. At 10 under par, she takes a one-shot advantage into the weekend. But staying at the top will be no easy task, especially when Thailand superstar Erija Jutanagan is the leader of the chasing pack. She's poised to make a phenomenal year even better. And Danielle Kang's wish on her 26th birthday might be to simply keep playing the golf she's been producing so far on this Asian swing. But there's a swarm of bees that's assembled ready to inflict a sting in this tale. Brittany and Bronte, Altamari, Lincecum and Law are all within 3. The trio each producing some Friday magic. 14 players are within 6 of the lead, so a Saturday showdown looms in one of the world's most vibrant cities. Welcome to round 3 of the inaugural Buick LPGA Shanghai.
We have reached the halfway mark at the Buick LPGA Shanghai and we are set for what promises to be a thrilling weekend. Ali, having a look at the last couple of rounds and seeing how impressive Se-Young Kim has been, she leads on 10 under par, and for a player of her 7 wins, when she's held the lead 5 times of those, she's gone on to win.
Well, what I was really impressed with
大泽亚菊美海岸上得天独厚的理想生活小镇，绿城24年建筑艺术汇聚地，中国10家高尔夫社区之首，海南绿城蓝湾小镇，万盛美、朴成炫、阿瑞亚、朱塔纽加、杰西卡柯达，卫冕冠军冯珊珊，世界重量级女子职业球员再战 LPGA 极具挑战球场2018蓝湾大师赛。
as well. So maybe she's thrown that in the mix, but it is good to hear that she's, looking at this week as something that's going to be a real springboard for her and taking that pressure off. It must be such a liberating feeling, and it's showing on the golf course.
Oh, she's got an all-round game, and we had a chance to catch up with her yesterday. Here she is reflecting on round 2.
Yeah, back 9, 10, 11, 12, I had a really pretty long par putt, but I made it. I was like, I overcome really bad situation. So yeah, and then I had a couple more birdie chances. I made it, and yeah, I played pretty good today.
So the thoughts of Se-Young Kim, we talk about mental fortitude. A lot of the players at the top of the leaderboard have that, including Bronte Law from England, who's never won on the LPGA Tour, but she's going about her business very well.
She is, and what a steely reserve she has. I really think, she's going to be fun to get to know this Asian swing. I think we're going to see quite a bit more of her, and it's the bonus time of the year. All of the players try to get to this Asian swing. It is what you look forward to the whole year, and I'm looking forward to seeing Bronte play today.
Yeah, she said her dad, there's not a single psychology book her dad hasn't read, and he's imparted that wisdom on her. So she's going to be tough up here for sure. Other players in the mix. Did you know it's Danielle Kang's birthday today?
I might have heard that.
And she is only 1 shot behind. A player that is not that impressive when you look at the likes of Se-Young Kim, Erija Jutanagan, the power off the tee. But my goodness, she knows how to craft a score out on the golf course.
She does, and she thrives off this kind of energy. She says it's what we play for all year, is to put ourselves into this pressure. And the pressure really is a privilege for her. And I think that is going to be a great advantage to her out there today.
Erija Jutanagan, just 1 shot back, has never won in Asia, bizarrely. Won everywhere else, it would appear.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. time, surely. You know, we've got the countdown on for Area winning, but she's put herself in good stead, and I think we're yet to see her best golf so far this week.
Ooh, that sends an ominous message to the rest of the field. So Area Jutanagan is just one shot behind. Started with an eagle yesterday, finished with a plethora of birdies. It's going to be a very exciting day in Shanghai.
It's a lovely blend of youth and experience at the top of the leaderboard as we head into the weekend in Shanghai. Welcome from Peter Donegan to our third round coverage. And we are looking forward to a repetition of what we've seen over the first couple of days, because we've seen some brilliant golf, and certainly we saw that on Friday. Brittany Altamari was amongst the players who came up with some of that great golf, and certainly one of the best shots of the day. 27 years of age from Massachusetts, and she is looking to record her first LPGA victory. If she comes up with shots like this, 2nd to 14 continuously over the weekend, she might just do that. But Danielle Kang, happy birthday to Danielle for today. And she's been giving herself a present with the way she's been playing over the last couple of weeks. But what about the start from the world number 2, Area Jutanagan, after a 66 on Thursday, which was so effortless. She started like this, and then actually had to recover mid-round. Perhaps that just took her concentration away when she made that eagle at the first. But it was Se-Young Kim who was so impressive. As she said in her post-round interview, she felt as though she was in control with a whole lot of birdies and some brilliant par saves, and that took her to the halfway lead. So this is what it looks like as we head into the weekend. Se-Young Kim by 1 from Thailand's Area Jutanagan. And then it's the US of A, Danielle Kang, Brittany Altamare and Brittany Lincecum. England's Bronte Law flying the flag, just 3 shots off the lead. Angel Yim with a brilliant round yesterday at 6 under par, along with Spain's Carlotta Saganda and China's Yu Liu and Minji Lee of Australia. So the flags of many nations represented. The world number 3 is lurking as well, Se-Yun Yu, and she is in a tie for 12th place. A little bit different weather conditions today, a little bit more overcast out on the golf course, keeping an eye on the golfers and the weather. Our own Sandy McKenzie.
Yes, Pete, very much more overcast today. Current top temperature 19 now, getting to 21. Nice conditions, humidity's down. Wind just a little bit, around 6 to 10 miles an hour expected. I have been promised no rain. However, it is quite dark out here at the moment, but at the moment it's great playing conditions.
I think generally speaking, Sandy, there's only one person who can promise you no rain, and I don't know whether you've got a direct line up there, and if you have, I think we need to know about it. Let's have a look at our feature groups today. The cream has risen to the top.
It certainly has. The long bombing Angel Yin, who started with a tournament record yesterday, 65. She might have a couple of contests off the tee with the world number 22, Carlotta Saganda from Spain, and rounding out the group is Yu Liu, who also sits at 6 under par.
In the penultimate group, we have Brittany Altamari, who roared into contention with a 66 in the second round to be right up there, playing with Bronte Law, a 68 from the English player, looking for her first win, who loves playing on the LPGA Tour. An 8-time winner, Brittany Bam Bam Lincecum, finished that. 3 Bs in the penultimate group.
A pair of 67Cs, Se-Young Kim, out in this final group. She'll be teeing off last, a 7-time winner on tour. She looked impressive yesterday, major winner. Danielle Kang looking for her second title on the LPGA and Area Jutanagan. Our leader after the first round. She was shaky yesterday, but hung in there well to give herself a chance on the weekend.
So much to like about the construction of that final group, and here is our overnight leader, Se-Young Kim, at the opening hole. 406 yards it's playing today, and they've got the whole location 25 paces on. It's 11 from the right-hand side, so a bit of room to go at it. And go at it she does, and that is the way to build your confidence with a great start on Saturday for the overnight leader.
Well, let's join the hot lady on the golf course, the godmother of Chinese golf. It's Shan Shan Feng. Here she is at the 7th hole, and she has got off to a blistering start. Birdies at the first, and then 3 birdies at 4, 5 and 6 to find her at 5 under for the championship. That's just scuttled through to the back of the green. But clearly she's getting that flat stick working well.
So now for birdie, for almost the perfect start. We'd say that if we hadn't seen Area eagle this hole yesterday. Assertively done. What a message that sends.
And it just reinforces the confidence that she displayed yesterday. She looks so in control of everything she was doing. We mentioned the world number 3 is there and thereabouts. Here is So-Yeon Yu with her third shot at the par 5. Fourth. And she gets it up there within birdie range. So are we going to see a charge from So-Yeon today? It's going in the opposite direction at the moment. She's 2 over for the day.
To remain at 9 under, Danielle Kang, so important when her playing partner's just made birdie. She thought that was just going to trickle in the side of the hole. It was going slow enough, but alas, no. Drop shot on the opening hole, not the start Kang was after.
Understandably, there has been a fair bit going on, and we said the hot lady on the golf course was Shanshan Feng. Here she is at the first hole, putting it through the back, and this, her third shot for an opening birdie from off the green. What a way to start.
Also on the first hole, Lydia Ko, 3 under par. Always good to get a birdie on the first hole. Seems to be quite an easy thing. A great shot and a good putt for Ko. Got it to 4 under.
Out on the third hole, Marina Alex, a Rolex first-time winner this year in Portland. This is her second shot, ball slightly below her feet. Hole in the front left today. Right about there, setting up her first birdie of the round.
And this is the Shanshan show, because we're at the 4th. And after rolling one in from off the green at the first, here she is at the 4th for a second birdie. And there's more to come.
Certainly are. Game hinges on putting. Always good tee to green. Look how beautifully still she stayed over that putt. Keeps that putting glove on. And another birdie for Shanshan to enter the fray.
Her lowest ever score around this layout is a 65. Bear in mind, she's currently 4 under par through 6 holes today. Shanshan Feng, this is her second shot into the 6th. Setting up 3 in a row.
And she's going to need to fire a lot of birdies to get herself into contention, because she was 9 shots behind at the halfway stage, but they have kept on coming, and the way they're going, you wouldn't bet against this. The birdie at the 7th, and gave it a chance of going into. Interesting little distance coming back, because the greens are quickening. They're up to 12 on the stimp meter today, so that's fast.
From one Chinese player to the next, Yu Liu at the 3rd. Had a couple of practice rounds, does know this course well. And it's showing. How good was that approach?
They're the type of birdie putts you want. Uphill, inside a couple of feet. Perfect. Par save. Oh, she's done well there. If Shanshan Feng is holing putts inside 6 feet, it's usually an ominous sign for the rest of the field.
And Mercer just says, OK, boss, keep it going. That's a great start. And it is a 4 under par round already for Shanshan, but So-Yeon Kim has picked up 1, and her lead is 2. Stay with us. This should be a fascinating Saturday at the Buick LPGA Shanghai of 2018.
The second hole, 180 yards it's playing today, so it's not going to be easy.
So-Yeon Kim, we've got to get it a long way back there. I think she's got the length, but she's a little right of the flag. Gosh, that pin's back a long way today. 42 paces on.
Wow, look how close it is to hugging the water. It's not far.
I sent the scuba divers out to set that pin this morning.
I think they have.
It's obviously a pretty easy hole, though, because Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff made a 1 here earlier today with a 6-iron.
It's a little bit scary, Pete, because that water, as Kate said, just over the back. Oh, the radar is on with this one. Now, if it's the right club, it's going to be close.
Oh, that is so brave. What? How audacious from the tee. Water behind, fearless.
Not going to see too many balls left of the hole there at 2.
But I could watch that shot again and again.
Bit of left to right breeze. This one's hanging out to the right. It may not have the length. It's going to be a tough putt. Had a bit of an issue on the first hole with Danielle. She went over the back and then Kids took off with her ball. So we had a little bit of a wait for rules.
Yes, there are souvenirs and then there are souvenirs.
See a little bit of frustrated body language there from Danielle as well. It just got to her a little bit.
Aren't you supposed to get things on your birthday rather than give things to somebody else?
Golf course seems to be giving a lot of birdies to the players, but not on that occasion for So-Yeon Ryu.
Buick well and truly behind this event, the first of 5 years. And of course the Buick cars, the fleet of Buick cars has been ferrying the players, the officials and the lucky few out to the golf course to get ready for action and to do so in comfort, ready to get into their day at the office area, looking relaxed as she made it out here. And a big thank you to Buick for everything they've done, not only for the comfort and safety of the players this week, but also for bringing the best golfers in the world to the Shijong Garden Golf Club, including the Spaniard Carlotta Saganda, who rolls in a birdie, and she gets it to 7 under after 3 holes. That's her first birdie of the day.
I do like the way she putts, kind of nestles down into the ball, gets very comfortable.
We had one of everything with our last group at the first hole. 1-3, 1-4, 1-5. Good galleries in on the weekend.
Stand still, please. Stand still.
Impressive stats certainly on the opening day, 16 out of 18 greens. That's going to help. I mean, the greens are big around here, but very impressive ball striking from Danielle Kang. 28 putts in the second round. But it's the par 5s she's really taken advantage of. Struggles on the par 3s, and here she is on the par 3 second with a long putt.
Yeah, she certainly does have a long putt, and she's down that bottom level. She actually has a really difficult angle. There are 2 different plateaus, a right and a left at the back here. The right is high, the left is low. She's in front of that right one, so she's got to bring it up and over, then across the top plateau, then down onto the second one. If she gets this close, it will be a spectacular read.
How good. How good.
Par saver for So-Yeon Ryu.
Oh.
Incredibly, So-Yeon has actually only missed 3 greens coming into today. Or 4, I should say, but it's just been around the greens. It's been the issue, and got off to a pretty poor start today as well.
Paul Fusco, the caddy of Se-Young Kim, had a brief chat with him last night. Said, yeah, how is she? How's your player getting on? Is she ready for the weekend? But, she is so ready, because she really has just literally emptied her brain of thoughts. She's just going to go out and play. She doesn't get fazed by what goes on the golf course. She has this brilliant ability to forget the last shot and focus on the present. Chance to have a look at her stats. Greens in regulation, 15 and 16. That's always good and steady throughout the round.
Just sitting up on this higher level on the right-hand side. It'll go about 10 feet, then it'll start to work its way down to the lower level towards the hole. Wow, what a start.
when you are having one of those days, sometimes it can turn into one of those weeks. What a start. And it was never missing. Perfect pace, perfect line, perfect result.
Well, this was such a spectacular shot in by Area Jatanagarn. A really good chance at picking up a birdie on what is not really an easy hole. This pin back so far has made it difficult for some. But she's in a good spot if she can hold one early. We know how well she played on Thursday.
She hit 14 greens yesterday but had 30 putts, and the majority of that high number, comparatively high number, came in the middle of the round, but she did well to get it back on track at the end of the day.
Well, that was mainly because she was out of position on the greens when she was hitting them. It's key around here as we see Lydia Ko for birdie at 5.
Nice work, but it gets her to even par for the day after drop shots on 3 and 4.
Bit of national allegiance there for Lids, the All Blacks.
She needs a bit more ink, though, doesn't she? They like the old tattoos, don't they, the Kiwi rugby players?
Well, that's a big talking point about the World Cup coming up in that sport. We might touch on that as we go through the day. What a good two-putt this would be for Danielle Kang. That's excellent from where she was.
You know, she has got a tattoo, Lydia Ko, and it marks the date of her first win as an LPGA Tour professional when she won the swinging skirts in San Francisco. I was thinking she's going to have to do that. She's going to have a lot of ink on her at the end of her career. If she has one for every win, she needs 15 of them.
Speaking of birthday girls, birthday players, Wei Ling Shi. Isn't everybody having a birthday today? Danielle Kang, Wei Ling Shi. And I should mention too.
Oh, yes.
Wayne Suter, the man, the executive director of our coverage today, is having a birthday. So we wish the Grand Poobah all the best. Hopefully he'll have a suitable celebration tonight in the beautiful city of Shanghai. Say Young Kim, well, she's celebrating already. How about that for a start? Birdie, and she leads by 2. Area gets a birdie of her own. Testing start for Danielle Kang. Carlotta and Yu Liu have been able to get some red figures going, and Shan Shan's got some of her own. But it's Say Young off to a flyer. The leader by 2 on Saturday. There is Shan Shan's charge, having made up 4, but she does have a lot of ground to make up given the fact that she was just 1 under par at the halfway mark. Amy Yang has also got it going, and good to see Jane Park getting it going today as well after a really good first round. Tough day at the office yesterday, but the Americans got things back to where she wants them. Suo not so much, and we've seen the horror start that Soyeon has had. 3 over par after 4 holes and missing a tiddler there at the 4th. Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff, including that 1 at the 2nd, who's picked up 2 today. Brooke Henderson getting things moving. And 3 under, getting it back to even. Just couldn't hold a putt the other day. Sarah Jane Smith, one of the players to play in just about all possible events, 25 events so far this season. Chella Choi and Pei-Yun Chen also having played in 25 events coming in here. Hyoju Kim and Lindy Duncan having picked up a couple. Not a happy day for Australia's Catherine Kirk. 4 over par through 8 holes. A lot of the young Chinese players, a great experience for them this week, including Lei Ye. Sandra Gale had a good showing in Korea last week, but down at the other end of the leaderboard here in China. Some lovely vistas around this golf course, plenty of water, plenty of challenge for the best players in the world. This is the third round of the Buick LPGA Shanghai of 2018, and off a brilliant birdie there, firing straight at the flag at the second. Area Jutanagan, one back on the tee at the third.
What breeze it's here, Peter, straight into them. This is heading left, it's heading towards the bunker.
And of course she's now two back because of that magnificent putt of Se Young Kim. Let's take a trip over the top of the third.
And the third, 358 yards it is playing today. Got to be careful of that bunker down on the right side. It is 266, but players, it's a good aim point for the players. Although with the pin nestled at the front area today, it is just 7 on and 4 from the left. A little bit of a false front, so distance control with the second is going to be very important indeed. Just the 10 birdies so far.
Just noticed Danielle Kang when she was walking off, she had her hand over her mouth chatting to caddy Ollie. Just wonder whether the events of the first couple of holes have upset her, and just when things like that happen.
Stop moving.
Every little thing seems to follow you.
Having your ball nicked at the back of the green on the first. Obviously the rule is an outside agency, and so it will be replaced at the last point that everybody agreed it was.
This is going down the left-hand side, and to say she's been having a little chat to Ollie is an understatement. He's had the hugest payout on the second tee you can imagine, so might be interesting to watch today.
Do you know who's got the ball, Sandy? Come back to that. Altamari at the fourth.
The line for Brittany probably just left of the bunkers. Doesn't have a huge carry off the tee. Gets a little bit of run, as you see up there.
We found out yesterday, Brittany's probably saying to her caddy, was that straight? Where was that? Her eyes are not that good, she says. When you hit it as straight as she does, then I guess you don't need to worry too much about it.
86% of fairways so far today.
Yeah.
Oh, I should say this week.
Bronte Law has got that attitude that you love in a sports person. She's in for the fight every time she goes out on the golf course. This is going to be a really good group to watch today.
The last few months that players on the LPGA will be allowed to be lined up by their caddy. Come into effect on January the 1st, 2019, and many people are very happy about that.
Not surprisingly, Brittany Lincecum has got them covered with the drive. All three in good shape there at the fourth.
Area has found the bunker, but the ball is laying well. There's no big lip on this at all. What she has got a problem with, though, is the pin is way forward, going into the breeze. Now, there's not a lot of room there to get this right. You can end up very short, or if she's long, she's up on another level. Little right, it's heading towards the other bunker on the right. Yep, bunker to bunker.
Chinese player Yung Ji-Jiang, 8 over par, but a chance to get one back on the golf course here at the 16th. Well done. That is a great birdie, because there's not going to be many to be had on that par 3 today.
Just a young player from Hainan, 19 years of age.
111 for Danielle Kang. Got to find the right level. It's a little bit right of the flag, but she might be able to use the bank. Yeah, that's going to work well.
She just had a little shake of her right wrist after she hit that shot, Sandy. Have you noticed anything prior to this?
Not yet, Pete, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Just feeling for it. And speaking of wrists, we feel for Michelle Wee, who's had an operation, and we wish Michelle well if she's watching the coverage.
After a fabulous start, 109, and this is going straight at it. She's going to set herself up for another one here.
Oh boy.
Exactly.
This is some start.
Beautiful angle here for Yu Liu. Needs to check. There you go. Didn't quite get that in round one to a similar hole location.
Carlotta just re-gripping the club. Very Sergio Garcia-like. Must be a Spanish thing they teach. Oh, what an exquisite shot as well.
Well, you were telling us the Spaniards have got a bit going for them this morning with their life expectancy.
Yes, they are the nation apparently that live the longest. They have surpassed the Japanese. Mediterranean diet.
I think it's the olive oil, isn't it? Second shot for Brittany Altamari.
I was going to say the sangria, but never mind. Through the field alphabetically to keep an eye on your favourite player. Paula Cream has dropped the shot to par today after getting to 5 under par at the halfway stage. Bronte Law's average third round score is 70.11. Of the players up at the top of the leaderboard, Aria's got the best average third round score so far this season. She is 70 on the button.
Not a lot of moving parts in that golf swing. That'll hold up well under pressure.
Plenty of room here for Aria. She's just got to not try and let it get above the hole. A little bit right of the flag. Pretty nice shot, so she's got a chance of making a par.
Awkward putt coming back, however. Hard to be aggressive with that one coming next.
Les Lewick, her caddy, looks like he's braced for weather in Siberia. He obviously feels a pinch of the cold up here.
Well, Danielle Kang's steaming, so I think she's not worried about the weather.
Might be generating her own weather system at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tricky because it is downhill. Didn't quite come back far enough, but she gets a chance to get that one back from the first. She seems to have settled down a little bit with a couple of good shots on this hole. I'm staying well away, though.
For her before as a professional golfer in his own right, and he's handled her very well in her career.
Winbo coming down the step at the 5th and rolling one in. This very impressive 17-year-old.
How many feet of putts have been holed over these past couple of days? We have seen more than any other tournament really on the Asian swing. The length of putts holed is mighty impressive. They're getting the measure of them. This will be tricky for Angel Yin. I know it's 12 on the stip, but giddy up and hang a left.
Just going to pick up a couple of groceries on the way home, I think.
Leads the driving averages at 292 yards as Aria slides one by, sand to sand, and a bogey results.
Good chance for a birdie at the 4th to get to 8 under. Be right in contention. Well, I say would be right in contention, but Se Young Kim faces another very makeable birdie putt, and she is running away with it at the moment. 12 under.
And we've spoken, Kate, a few times over the first couple of days about her ability to shoot not only a low number, but a very low number.
Yeah. 61 is the lowest this season.
There's a great chance here to pick up 3 in a row. She just looks so relaxed and comfortable. This to extend the lead.
There's just no stopping her. Red, red, red. That's the way you want to start when you're wearing red. Maybe that was the omen. It's a red letter day so far for Se Young Kim. And she leads by 3. Area Jutanagan, by the way, has tapped in for her bogey. So what that means now is that Se Young Kim's lead is even further, because Area now, having made her bogey, drops back to 9 under along with Danielle Kang. So they've both got their issues, but it's nothing but smooth sailing for Se Young Kim, off to the best imaginable start at 13 under. Her lead is now actually 4. Are we going to be in for one of those days where we see a spectacularly low score? Stay with us to find out.
Grandparents live in this part of the world for Angel Yin. No trouble there.
Over the first 2 days, she hit 11 fairways in total.
But when she did, it was a long way down there.
Yes, it was.
Over to her Solheim Cup playing partner, Lizette Salas.
Leads the field in fairways hit this week, along with Mo Martin.
Could this catch this low? That's going to end up very nicely. Oh! That would have been unbelievable.
She had a range of putters you saw earlier this week, Lizette Salas, that she was trying out.
Just at the end of September was doing a little bit of tweaking in the bag, if you will. Has settled on that one. She's done about 5 out at one stage. And a nice reward there for Brittany Altamare after setting it up well on the second shot.
The unstoppable leader, Se Young Kim, leading by 4.
Very little breeze at the moment, and once again, I mean, it's down the middle of the fairway. She has just been driving so well.
Sandy, she's a player that comes up and has a chat to you as well. I'll come back to Sandy, because I know during the round yesterday she was quite up for having a chat.
Great to have your company, and this is shaping up as some sort of day, in particular for our halfway leader, Se Young Kim, taking all before her at the moment at Shijong Garden Golf Club, taking the golf course by the scruff of the neck, with birdies at the first 3 holes to begin, and her lead is 4 over 2 players. Here's one of them, Danielle Kang, at 9 under on the tee at the 4th.
Long hole, just need to find the fairway, and she will do that. This is going to be in good shape as well.
Let's have a look at the 4th from overhead, playing 569 yards today. So the tee and grounds have been moved forward a little bit, which will bring those bunkers on the right-hand side into play if you do squeeze your shot a little bit out with a fade. But really, the best line is at the 3 thin trees, just right of centre, and then you make the turn around the corner, and the hole pretty much tells you exactly how to play it. Anything up around that 100-yard mark, maybe even a little further today, will open up a beautiful angle into the green if you can keep it out of those 6 bunkers surrounding that section. Slightly elevated up toward the green, around about 3 paces, and the hole over on that right-hand middle section today. 8 birdies so far, playing around the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty, but a certain chance.
Breeze seems to have moved around a little bit here, coming left to right. Oh, this is dangerously on the right-hand side, on the line of the bunkers.
Oh, it's going to be okay. Sandy, I think area just did a Laura Davies and just thumped the ground. Didn't use a tee for that 3-wood. Teed it up the Laura Davies way, which is an absolute delight for the course superintendent. He's thrilled with that.
Yeah, she did that a few times in Korea last week, just saving the tees.
You get a lot of tees made out of bamboo these days. They grow very quickly.
Paula looking very smart on the golf course today. She always does.
She's got Ali's flight socks on.
It's the look here in Asia.
Yeah.
Might have to pull them out toward the end of the week. Mine are less glamorous, I will say.
A bit more woolly, are they?
Yeah, they tell me left and right as well, very specific.
Meantime, here's the killer bees, as we spoke about in the opening to our coverage. So do we call them B1, B2 and B3 today?
This is for birdie at the 5th. Oh, very nice. Oh, I've lost a bet to Minji Lee. Last night we were having a chat and I said, I've got to go to the gym. She goes, I'll go if you go. Well, I didn't make it. I'm sure she has. That's why she's a professional athlete in the world number 5.
She does a lot of work with Luke Mackey, who's part of the Golf Australia program. She's a scholarship holder there.
And we've spoken about how fit she looks at the moment too. She's in really good shape. Brittany Altamari might have learned something from the other Brittany. Not quite.
She does hold the putter a long way down the grip. And sometimes players will do that because they don't want to cut too much off the putter because it can really change the weight and the weight distribution throughout the club.
There are bunkers down the right-hand side, sort of in the landing area. Just want to keep it a little left of that. And she's doing that. She's just going to put in a really good position to wedge it in.
Job number 2 done at the 4th.
Isn't it great to have all of the best players in the world here this week? Bronte Law's not thinking so much about that at the moment as she slides one by. Great to have the involvement, of course, of Buick, the founding partner, and all of the sponsors like the Bank of Singapore who contribute to the tournament. Wonderful to have them here.
Yes. Danielle Kang just getting this going a little towards those right bunkers, but I don't think it'll make it.
Okay.
Barry's pulled a pretty good lie here on this right-hand rough, just pulled up short of the bunker. Just an iron in just to get it into play. She's only 270 yards from the front of the green, so just needs to wedge it. Good solid contact down the middle. Great shape.
Brittany Lincecum with a little rush of blood with her first attempt, gets it on the way back and makes sure there's no harm done. But with her length, she would have been hoping for a bit better result than that at the 4th, although it doesn't seem to be bothering her. Very personable young lady, one of the approachable people on the tour. And here's another one. How about that for a birdie? At one stage it was 30 feet from the hole, and then the next thing it was 1 foot from the hole.
Just cleaning up at the 4th, Bronte Law. No trouble at all from that range. She's a player's player, Bronte. A lot of the people on tour speak very highly of her golf game. I think she's a real chance for the Solheim Cup if she does join the Ladies European Tour. It's a choice she has to make. Second shot for Yu Liu.
That's an interesting point. She has to be a member of the Ladies European Tour to be on the Solheim Cup team. And when you think Paul Casey left the Men's European Tour and ruled himself out of the Ryder Cup, joined the Men's European Tour and was a part of that team that won in France. Let's hope she does, because she'd be a great addition if she made it.
Wasn't Angel Yin fantastic in Des Moines last year?
She's the real heartbeat of the US team, a rookie, but didn't play like it.
I wouldn't mind having her in a 4-ball, 292-yard average. Whew.
And here's someone who gets it down there as well. Second shot for Carlotta at this 5th. And she might get some indicator of the line from Yu Liu's shot. Her first putt, hopefully her only putt.
Oh, sorry, it's up 3.
There's our leaderboard.
Cover on that bunker.
Been a charge from Se Young.
Cover top of that backflip.
Got 8 behind it.
I pitch 50. What's the line? Down off the left?
Down off your left, yeah.
I pitch 15. It should be good, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Just left of it, though?
Yeah,
Should
just
be
left
right.
of it. There's nothing really around it, but just left of it is the play, yeah?
Okay.
You good?
Good, yeah. Thanks.
First person we saw at the golf course this morning was Ollie when we got out of the car, and he was sitting there going through all of his books and getting all the sums and the numbers right.
120 exactly to the pin. Pete, there's quite a bit of false front here. She's got to carry it probably about 105 to get over that. It's got plenty on it.
Birdied every one of the par 5s in her round yesterday, Danielle Kang.
Enjoying a blistering front 9, Shanshan Feng. 4 under today. This is the par 5. Good opportunity presents itself here as well. How many people is she hosting this week and looking after? Got a lot of friends here in Shanghai.
117. Just a little wedge for area to get it all the way back to this flag. Good solid contact, plenty of ball flight. Looks good. Seemed to get a nasty kick.
Not too bad, Sandy. It was pretty close to where Brittany Lincecum was a little while ago, and she had a bit of trouble judging the pace of the putt. Still an opportunity for birdie coming, and well, the way things are going, you'd expect this to be close.
I do expect this to be close. It is 94 to be on the money. A little bit of breeze just gusting up behind her fractionally. It's got a lot on it.
It's just a lovely tempo. Rhythm of her swing.
And that last foot or so of roll might be important to her, because she'll get a bit of a judge of the pace perhaps. It looks as though she may not be away with her putt. Danielle might give her something to go to school on. To 9.
So the black glove in the back of the pants, that's for the long shots, and the white glove is the putting glove for Shanshan. It's interesting, isn't it, that she changes gloves for when she putts.
Well, it's all about the thickness as well. She prefers to use well-worn gloves as, in terms of leather, because it's thinner as well and softer.
Pretty tidy outward 9 by the superstar from China. The focus of a lot of the attention this week, understandably so.
Such a tall player. It's 164 yards. You can't believe there's going to be a lot of club in hand for Wenbo Liu. Settle down. Come on. Hasn't finished yet. Ooh, which way is it going to go? There's a slight slope there. She was a fraction unlucky. It could have rolled back towards the hole, but good opportunity.
From long range for Angel Yin. Interestingly, Se Young Kim, she shot a 29 at the ShotRite LPGA Classic. Guess who shot a 28 this year? Angel Yin. The Indie Women in Tech Championship. On a par 36 as well. That's some good golf.
Well, that's 8 under through 9. My word.
Looks like it's going to be area to putt first here, and she's actually putting from a pretty good spot. It's just rolled down onto the edge there and just coming straight up the hill. "27 putts the first day. Day 2 there was 30 putts. Oh, how did that not go?
Go back to that putting action momentarily. Yu Liu's got a birdie look here at the 5th. Just the one birdie on her card so far today. That was at the 3rd. Steady start for this impressive young lady from China.
Good chance here for Danielle Kang. Just slightly up this slope. Ball's a little bit above her feet as well. It falls off to the right-hand side of the screen. She probably just wants to keep this on the right edge or inside right. It never looked like it was on the line from the moment she hit it.
Did you see Se Young King sneaking in there to get a little teach on that putt?
She nearly pounced in there. She will make the most of that.
What a start this has been. Remarkable. After the round that she produced yesterday, she put together 9 wonderful holes yesterday, 6 of them birdies, 3 of them great par saves. So important to come out and keep that momentum, keep that feeling. And this is what she did at the very first hole today. Right on the money, up to within birdie range, and she holed the putt to get off to a flyer.
And a very difficult putt on the second hole. Not easy as a double breaker and had to get the pace just right. But she judged it once again to perfection. That was all class.
Well, arguably, I think that's quite easily the best putt of her round so far. This might be her best iron shot so far. Her second into the 3rd hole, front hole location. Look at that. 3rd birdie of the day. Completed the hat trick.
And now the opportunity of completing the quartet.
Taken an awful lot of care over this putt. She's looked at it from many angles. Slightly downhill, a little bit of right to left. Never in doubt. Oh, wow. That was a surprise. That looked like it was number 4.
Oh, yeah, I'm gutted for her. I feel she's dropped a shot.
Yes.
And I was just going to reel out the stats about the player who made 9 birdies in a row, and it was at the Hannabank LPGA a couple of years ago. You guys are nodding, you already know. Amy Yang. 9 birdies on the back 9.
That's something you don't forget quickly.
You certainly don't.
par saver for Angel Yin. I can tell you the buzz being there when word went out that was happening was extraordinary.
And I don't think that's been done on the other tours. Other players have done it. I know Mark Calcavecchia has had 9 birdies in a row, but it's gone from the front 9 to the back 9. So Amy Yang, very proud of that.
Wenbo Liu on the par 3. Oh, can hear them yelling out, Jayo. That means literally to add oil, but I think it's their way of saying go get 'em. Great round she's having.
Not easy for Bronte. Second shot at 5, just get it out, and it's hit the lip, I think, on the way out.
Looking for her first birdie. Pars all the way for Bronte Law.
Well, it's been a rough start for So-Yeon, but what a thrill for Wenbo Liu to play alongside someone of So-Yeon's stature and nature, really. I'm sure she's getting a lot out of this, the young Chinese teenager.
Brittany put a tee shot in the bunker at 5, chipped out to, or exploded out to there, and then here she is with her third shot, so she's got a chance of salvaging a par.
Oh, that just managed to settle on that top tier.
So Bronte Law needs that for another par. Still looking for the elusive birdie. She hangs on to the front page of the leaderboard, but very quickly...
Angel Yin are going in the other direction. Likewise Paula, and even if you're even par today, the likes of Lydia Ko and Annie Park, then you are giving up ground because of all of those red numbers. Good round from Chella, having picked up 4. Finally a birdie on the card of So-Yeon Yu. It's been a long time coming today, 7 holes after plenty of bogeys thrown in there, 3 in the first 4 holes in fact. And if you are just joining us, Jodie Ewart-Shadoff, we saw her name there. She contributed a 1 at the second hole with a 6-iron today.
But didn't get the keys to the Buick.
No.
That is on the 16th hole.
You've got to be very picky about your hole-in-ones, don't you?
I'll just get 2 for the day, that's the answer.
Yeah.
Isn't too much of a problem.
She's got a chance on the back 9. She knows how to do it.
Well, 4 cars have gone off so far this year for hole-in-ones. One went to Jenny Hagland, Nasa Hataoka, Brittany Marchand, and then the final to Eun-hee-ji at the Kia Classic.
Lydia Ko got a hole-in-one at the Kia Classic, but she wasn't old enough to drive.
Same happened with Georgia Hall, in fact. She didn't even have a licence.
Yeah.
That's tough going.
Yeah, who took her out for dinner that night? Hi, Georgia. Really want to have a catch-up with you.
Why don't we take a look at the 5th today, playing at 393 yards exactly.
Ever so slightly downhill off the tee in elevation. We've seen already those left bunkers well and truly in play today. They weren't too friendly to Bronte Law a couple of moments ago, but really if you can keep it short of the one on the right, that will leave you a beautiful angle as we turn around to the green. And the pin is on the back today, pretty much the back centre, if you will. So really anything on that rear tier will be a pretty makeable birdie putt.
has said Bronte Law had a tough time of it because her tee shot landed in the bunker. She had herself a very awkward stance, so that's going to be a bogey for the young lady from England. Suo rolls one in for her first birdie of the day. A little bit of attention required for her right ankle by the look of it. By the way, Bronte Law has got up and tapped in for her bogey at the 5th hole, and that's where we return now.
This also required for par, but for multiple winner on the LPGA Tour, two-time major champion Brittany Lincecum. And as you can see, not totally happy with her round, searching for that birdie. Odyssey 2-ball putter. Same putter. I've seen that a few times today. Carlotta Ciganda has the same putter. Very good, you know.
Helps for people that can't actually line the putter up well with a line at the top. So no surprises that you see someone like Brittany who doesn't think in straight lines. She's a very kind of curvy player when she moves the golf ball around the course. Similarly with Carlotta Ciganda.
Hongqiao International Airport, not too far away from where we are, one of 2 international airports in Shanghai. It's interesting with the line on the ball there with Brittany Altamari. Most people will have that line pointing directly at where they want to hit it. She has it across the ball.
I'd imagine that's because she'll probably use the line on the top for longer parts where she doesn't have a good connection with where the hole is, but maybe wants to use her feel a little bit more from short range.
I talked yesterday about trying to use aim point more to help her, which is where you use your feet to judge the slope, because she said her eyesight isn't good enough to judge the line herself and read greens. Ciganda staring this down, admiring the shot more like. That was very nicely played. So many different techniques. Plumb bobbing, still a couple of players use the old-fashioned way.
157 to get it all the way back for Danielle Kang. Just letting this leak right. Might have the distance to get back over that ridge, and it just sneaks over. That's all right.
Aria's already played her second shot, but we can't see any sign of the golf ball on the green, Sandy.
Yeah, Pete, she pulled up in the right-hand rough off the tee, let it leak out there, and it was laying very deep. So she's front right to the green. That's as far as she could get it. So Young's on this left side, pulled up a really good lie in the centre of all these bunkers. When you're on a roll, you're on a real roll, aren't you? 137. Good contact. It's just turning over right to left. I think this is going to miss the green. When it does.
That looked like a proper cast from the top to me. She looked as though her hands well and truly beat her body, came across with a shut club face.
So she is human after all. We were starting to doubt that.
Long way down there. Off the tee, Angel Yin has green to work with too.
Had a blistering front 9 yesterday, which was the back 9. She started on 10, went out in 30, 6 under par. And I asked her about the round. She goes, I don't actually remember the front 9. I think my caddy hypnotised me. The problem was I woke up on the back 9.
At 6, Yu Liu. This hole has not figured in either the hardest 6 or the easiest 6. And in fact, that is Brittany Altamari, of course, hitting it up the hill there, trying to get it to the crest of the hill with the cart path just over the top. Familiar figure of Audrey on the bag.
Very experienced caddy. Lovely lady too.
That'll get a bit of downslope, and that won't be far away from the cart path. Might even reach it. Gotta love the way Brittany just gets up there and smacks it.
The more she thinks about it, sometimes the worse it gets. So, needs to be athletic.
Good.
And that should be in pretty good shape as well from Bronte.
Area just needs to bump and run this, and she's doing exactly that. Up and over the ridge and let it feed down. Good looking shot.
Glorious touch. We speak so much about her power on the golf course, but you don't get to number 2 in the world rankings without having touch as well. From one tie to another.
She's been having a good year. First time winner on the LPGA as well. This is tracking.
Unfortunately, that good year hasn't translated into a good week, but when you've got your first victory under your belt, that's a year that you're never going to forget. First victory on the big tour, of course. Back to 5.
Ball's not laying badly. It's a little bit fluffy where she is, but she's going to hit a bit of a downslope. As soon as she hits this green, it's going to run downhill to the pin all the way, a little bit of left to right as well. Just flops that up in the air. Just coming up a little shy.
That was actually really well played. We could see how far down the ball was sitting, and it's so easy to get grasp between the club and the ball in that instance.
Here's the always colourful Pornanong Patlam for a birdie at the par 5 9th. In goes the pink ball. And so Pornanong, with a couple of bogeys and a couple of birdies, goes out in even par 36 and finds herself 11 shots adrift of our leader, who holed a lot of good par putts yesterday, and she's going to need to hole one here.
Well, after a bumpy start to her round, Danielle Kang gives herself a pretty good chance here. She's putting from not a bad angle. I'm just going to run just ever so slightly downhill. A little bit of right to left in it, but very makeable.
Just never sounded like a good contact off the putter face.
Just seems like the putts that she's missing are just getting to the hole. They often talk about 15 inches beyond the hole as the perfect holing speed. Let's see what pace Angel can generate here for birdie. She too needed just a little bit more pace.
Kind of, she'll tap that in.
Awkward length for her par for Say Young Kim. However, we saw yesterday how well she putted. Nice pace on everything.
I don't see it, no.
Good roll yesterday, but she doesn't want to drop one here. She's birdied those first 3.
And it was that 3-hole stretch yesterday, Sandy. 10, 11, 12, every one of them big par saves. That's a big putt. That really is a big putt to keep her momentum. Avoid the bogey on the card and give yourself a chance of attacking over the next couple of holes.
on 6 to get to 8 under par. Won't drop for Carlotta Segunda. Area up next.
You're going to see a lot of number 1 rankings, 1, 2, 3 in these stats that we're seeing for Area throughout the year. She's been so dominant in so many categories.
There is one stat she's way down the bottom with, and it's Solheim Cup points. Obviously, because that's...
Yes, well, there had to be one, didn't there?
She's ineligible to play the Solheim Cup, I should mention, between Europe and the USA.
404 birdies before this week began. She had 9 over the first couple of days as well to add to that. Brittany Altamari. Outside chance of a birdie for the American. The 27-year-old. Stop. Stay there. It's trying to work its way off. A drive up the hill towards the cart path, and Brittany Lincecum has nearly got there, and then downhill towards the flag with this whole location just 9 on, right in the heart, in the centre. Her reaction told the tale. Might have pulled a bit of a shabby lie, but no such predicament for Bronte. Down the left-hand side, nice angle to come in. Good look at the flag here. She'd be expecting this to be in the circle of friendship with this club in hand. And that's where it is. So a nice birdie putt coming for the Englishwoman. Se Young Kim, so important that she keep her momentum going with that 5 or 6 footer for par at the 5th. And she's been able to do that and maintain her 4-shot cushion over Danielle Kang and Area Jutanagan. Just even par for the day. It's Se Young, our leader, in round 3 in Shanghai. She's looking up the hill. Paul's saying you can get it down there. We saw her hit it nearly on the cart path in the practice round, and this is what she's looking at.
This is what the people flying over from Hongqiao Airport are looking at as well. The 6th, all the way up the hill. It really is kind of the tale of 2 shots on the way in. Those bunkers at 245 definitely in play. So really you'll see a lot of players going long and right of that. Probably sneaking up to that cart path today. The tee is a little bit forward, 384, and then up toward the green. There is a false front on this green. We've already seen that so far. Pin on that front section in the middle as well, so that front bunker might just cause a couple of troubles.
Wind is helping and blowing out of the left. A bit of a northeasterly going here at the moment. Oh, that's good solid contact, high ball flight, left centre in great shape.
That's almost where we saw her hit it in the practice round, Sandy, when we caught up with her.
Third shot now on 6, up and down required. It was a below average approach, and a similar calibre there on the chip for Brittany.
Very much a blind shot here. You see it land and it trickles over hill. This is straight down the centre for Danielle as well.
Well, some wide-eyed youngsters and not so young people got the opportunity of rubbing shoulders with a couple of the Chinese stars in Shan Chanfeng and Shi Yu Lin to learn all about posture, to learn about how you handle the pressures of being a superstar, and also learn about how to hit the golf ball. What an opportunity for those young people to mix with the best here this week in Shanghai. And speaking of the best, here's Area, tee shot at the 6th hole.
We saw Area bomb it over this path yesterday. Good contact, low flight, heading dangerously close to the left bunkers.
I'll have to check in on that one. Up ahead at the green. The pin's on 9, so 25 feet thereabouts for Brittany. She lost about 3 to 4 feet with the ball rolling back to the fringe. Ali, you were saying yesterday she's such a sweet, gentle nature in the interview afterwards, but she's a different person when she's on the golf course.
Oh, she's got some fire, Brittany. She's quite hard on herself at times as well, but she can kind of get mad and then drop it really quickly. A skill not many players actually do have. So 164 for Carlota Segunda. It'll be an 8 probably with no win, maybe a 7 today into it. That's just hanging up on that top tier.
She's not had a good time on the par 3s this week. She's actually 2 over par for the par 3s. It's been a bit scrappy for Brittany at the 6th hole, but this falls, she walks away with a par, so no harm done. And with her length and where she was able to put her tee shot on this hole, that is not going to be a number that pleases her that much. Bogey for Brittany, still awaiting that first red number today. And in the blink of an eye, she finds herself 8 shots behind the leader.
We've seen past the pin. You can use the slope there. So much acceleration through the ball. But it did sound a little heavy off the club face.
Breeze behind them at 7, so it's coming out of a different direction today, unless that was just a fluky little gust of breeze. Bronte would have been eyeing off a birdie after a great approach. It was great to see her competitive nature firsthand at the UL International Crown in Korea a couple of weeks ago.
This one's going one place, and it's high for Angel Yen. Nice little hold-off finish. And a beautiful shot.
142 for Danielle Kang, just left of the flag here. Oh, coming up shy, it's going to run back off the front, or it should do. No, just held up.
Almost the exact putt that Brittany Altamari had just a little while ago, and she missed it right. Area did find the trap.
She did, Pete. And that is 140 to get it there. Now this is leaking right, possibly again into another bunker. Oh, just clears it.
Memories of the 3rd hole, sand to sand. Just escaped it there up by the green.
So Area repositions the weaponry, and our leader has her turn with an advantage of 4 shots.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Then 105 is
Even 105, it'll...
105 is 105. All right, just making sure we're on the same page.
What's the wind there?
7 o'clock, up to right, 2 of movement.
Had a good old chat here about this, and it's mostly been about the wind. It's picked up a little bit. You're feeling it a lot more. We are standing on the top of a rise. 128 to get it all the way back to the flag. It's only on 9, and you've got that little bit of the front that slopes right down, so if you're short, you're going to be a lot more short by the time the ball finishes. Sounded a little heavy. Get up.
She showed us her skills to manage a par at the previous hole, and she needs to show them again here. So looking at the wind that they've got there, it's probably a consistent breeze from what they've had over the first couple of days, perhaps just a little gusty at the 7th. Annie Park online from long range. We've seen a few of those this week. And the lady in red and blue gets her first red number for the day.
Queenslander now lives in Florida in the US, has for a while. Sarah Jane Smith for birdie. So she's doing a reasonable job there just to try and peg one back at the end of the back 9.
Gets the nod of affirmation from hubby Dwayne on the bag. Always good when everybody's getting along out there. So-Yeon, there's another one. After a very bumpy start, back-to-back birdies for the world number 3. But that bumpy start has seen her now 10 shots adrift of the leader.
This is difficult. Off the top plateau, left to right, might straighten up a little at the end. There it is. Really a nice conservative roll on that one. She's got one of her family friends out. He's known as her Asian father. His name's Patrick. Can't have mum and dad over from Pamplona this week, so he's been taking good care of her. Very affable character. She's the kind of player that just picks up fans everywhere she goes.
30 putts from Carlotta yesterday. Angel had 26. So she'll be looking for a similar number today. This would help that number. We mentioned she hit 11 fairways over the first 2 days. Carlotta Saganda hit 11 fairways yesterday.
Bit of cross-country golf then, really, for Angel.
We know she hits the ball a long way. She nearly hit it too far then.
Bit of a nasty lie here. It's laying against her. It's really gnarly. She's just bumping that down. It's going to run out. Yeah, it's a good shot.
That's what we talk about with Aria, the other parts of her game that maybe aren't quite as flashy, but that's the reason she's at the top of most of those statistics.
Hugh Liu rolls one in for her par at the 7th.
So-Young electing to take the putter here. It's all going to slope right to left on her. Just sitting on the side of that bank. Yeah, rolling out. It's going to move a little bit. Leave herself, yeah, just a little tester.
A length that she's handled exceptionally well this week, with one notable exception late in the round yesterday. But that was really the only blemish in what was a brilliant round. Back-to-back 67s for the Korean.
Just from the very front, it's a much straighter putt for Danielle Kang. Of course, it's all going to be uphill. Move a little more right to left as it gets close to the hole.
That's what Brittany Altamari thought a little while ago, Sandy, almost from this line, and it just hung right on her.
See if Danielle gets this one right, Pete.
I think she might have. Oh.
Oh, at the last minute, that looked so in.
She's done a good job of getting the heart rate down after being a bit hot under the collar early on. Or so it seems from the outside anyway.
Hybrid required for Brittany Altamari. Be able to get the height on this. Oh, this could turn out well. She used the slope on 14 in previous rounds. Doing the homework well is the young American.
Here come the All Blacks. Lydia Ko, third shot to 9. And my Chinese is not that good, but I think that was a great shot.
Hao Chou, I believe, is a great shot here.
Another test for par for our leader.
Taking plenty of time over it as well. Putting up the hill. Yep, no problem there.
No blemishes yet on the card of Se Young Kim. Let's see if Wei Ling can get a birthday present. Oh, that'll do.
Maybe the icing on the cake will come on the back nine too.
Just a little tester here. It's not far, but there's a little bit of left to right. It's downhill. She's quite bemused with what her putt up the hill did. Okay, quite a sharp little turn at the end, but has this for par.
All three of the players in our last group at the halfway stage were tied 12th in putting stats. Hyoju Kim was actually the leader of that statistical category at halfway with an average 1.44. This is a nice number. Par for the world number 2 then. So Young's maintaining her lead. The last 3 holes, all 3 players have made their par.
Beautifully done. Really, the payoff from the nice approach into the 9th makes the turn in 35.
And from New Zealand to Australia and Suo for birdie at 8, right in the middle. Just a little bit of that kinesiology tape on her right ankle today. Hopefully she's not too troubled with anything.
Oh, it's that time of year, Pete.
Yeah, it's getting late in the year, Ali.
It's a long way through the season to get to the Asian swing, and nicely done there for Wei Ling Shi.
Yes, after seeing some tennis players over the years, I'm surprised that they actually have any kinesiology tape left in the world, because they give it a fair old workout as their bodies go through the end of a long year. If Se Young Kim's feeling any fatigue, she's not showing it. She leads by 4. And let's scroll on through and check out the progress of some of the players who are making an impression. We've seen a bit of Shan, but we spoke about Amy Yang and what she was able to do at Korea a few years ago. Well, she's got it going today again too. 6 under through 13.
Just one shot back is Chella Choi, 5 under, at least for the day. Jane Park moving in the right direction. Marina Alex too sneaking out. Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff, she'll be buying dinner tonight, no doubt, after the fabulous hole-in-one on the second hole.
Caroline Masson and Rushin Liu having picked up 3 shots. Ally McDonald from the United States also with a good round going through 13 holes after starting on the other side of the golf course. If you're not familiar with the meaning of the asterisk in the column showing how many holes they've played, that means that the players started on the 10th hole today. Split tees in this field of 81 originally. It's down to 80. Unfortunately, we lost Charlie Hull with illness after the first round. Yun Chen, one of those players who's played 25 events so far this year, along with Sarah Jane Smith and Chella Choi, enjoying a very good Saturday. And Moria off to a slow start on Thursday, cost herself really any chance, but getting it going today. Quite a bit happening in the last hour or so of our coverage, and much of it involved Se Young Kim. What about this for a way to start off the back of a brilliant round of 67 yesterday? Looking to build confidence from the word go, and a shot like that will do that for you. But she was able to step up and hold the birdie from the get-go.
A player that, speaking of confidence, said she got a lot of it after playing in some real feature groups last week with Minjee Lee, Sungkyun Park. Finally getting the hang of it. Seems so. Look at this at the third from Yu Liu.
We won't see too many left of the pin with this sort of hole location at 2. In our feature group today, Area Jutanagan decided, I'm just going straight at this thing. Absolutely brilliant shot from Area, and she went on to make the birdie.
She wasn't alone with the 2 at 2. From elevation, Se Young Kim, watch this. In the side door for the second birdie of the round in as many holes.
1 hole ahead, Carlotta Saganda had begun steadily with a couple of pars. She had this for her first red number of the day, and in it went for the Spaniard, and she was climbing the leaderboard.
Now, wasn't this a settling moment for Danielle Kang? Spectator took her golf ball by mistake on the first hole. She'd been a little out of sorts, and then using the slope very nicely at the third, setting up her first birdie of the day.
And if that was good, so was this. Se Young Kim seemingly unable to do anything but be pretty close to perfect early on. Another one in tight, another birdie, 3 on the bounce to begin for our overnight leader.
With 12 top 10s to her name in 2018, you'd be crazy not to at least look out the corner of your eye for Minjee Lee each week. This for birdie at the 5th. She's making up some ground today.
So that brings you up to date with what has happened in the last hour or so of our third round coverage. Just a moment ago, this was Brittany Lincecum for birdie at the 7th. Very nicely done. And so finally, Brittany gets that much sought after red figure on her card, and it took 7 holes to do it.
Also for birdie, for Brittany Altamare, to get up in a tie for second place. So she go on to par that as we take a look at the 7th hole. Second par 3 on the front 9. It is a blind tee shot, really, from the teeing grounds. Many thanks to that short bunker, which is raised up. So it draws the ball short of the green, and it's hard actually to hit it long on this green. The pin today over in that back left corner. So bunker certainly might be a feature, but you can use the slope to your advantage. 5 birdies so far.
A little bit of breeze just springing up here, playing 164. 6-iron seems to be the club of choice. And just hanging a little bit to the right. Needs some help from the wind. Not going to get a lot.
Yeah, it's good. Catch it slow.
It's not going to be a dissimilar putt to the one she had at the par 3 second hole.
Yeah, perfect.
We'll check back in with that in a moment. First of all, Carlotta's approach to the 8th. Right on line. Stay there. That pin today down in a bowl. So the first bit of that is going to be downhill, so she'll need to be careful.
To 6-4, Danielle Kang as well. Got to try and get at this far left position. Much better line, even a little left of the flag, but she'll need a bit of help from the back slope.
And she'll get some.
Good shot.
Talked in a press conference about her working relationship with Ollie Brett. Said it's good because he's always telling her what he thinks. He's very honest with his opinions. He has vetoes. He can pull her back if needed.
By the sound of it at the second, she was very honest with her opinions with Ollie.
Breeze coming in from the right-hand side, slightly into them. Yeah, no, that's really looking good. She's right on the money with this one.
Beautiful
Excellent shot.
Yeah, great shot from area. And Kate Burton has popped in just in time to watch the talented 17-year-old from China, Wenbo Liu, with her 3rd shot at the 9th, Kate.
A huge admiration for this young player. Very tall, 6 foot. What's that in metres and centimetres?
183 centimetres.
Okay, and that's to about 20 centimetres there. That is a very good shot.
It's just a handspan for her, isn't it? Maybe one of her feet.
Well, let's have a look and see how the Chinese players have fared. There have been 20 of them competing this week. And why don't we start with the player who inspired them all to take up the game? She's won twice around this golf course in the Buick Championship on the Ladies European Tour, but Shan Fang, this is her 3rd shot on the opening hole, putting from off the green. And what a way to start with world number 9. Now Yu Liu, this is her 2nd shot at the 3rd. A couple of pars up until this point, started the day at 6 under, but that tap in moved her to 7 under and very much in the fray.
And what of the 19-year-old from the island of Hainan, Yang Ji Zhang? She's in her 3rd year as a pro. She's having a pretty good day out there today as well. This on the 16th, her 7th. And that was very nice, setting up a birdie. She's 1 under the cards so far in round 3.
Also playing extremely well is Wenbo Liu. Pars up until the 5th hole. Then came this. Judged the distance and the weight just perfectly. So Wenbo Liu finds herself now in a tie for 7th. She's on 6 under par, made the turn in 34, but everybody enjoying playing here in the Buick LPGA Shanghai. Very rare to see a long putter on the LPGA. It's the only long putter we see in the field this week. It's not anchored, mind you.
Well, a couple of players spring to mind when I think of people that used to use those putters. Mo Martin was one of them.
Yeah. Tough putt here. It's going to run all the way down the hill. Oh, she hasn't given it enough. Okay, got some work to do for our leader.
Look at her body language and the way she kind of saunters around the golf course. She oozes confidence, Se Young Kim.
Why shouldn't she? She's been completely in control, seemingly.
Rishin Liu, who hasn't had a very good couple of days. A multiple winner on the Symetra Tour, so we'll be seeing more of her in 2019. But this is a much better outing for Liu on Saturday. 2-2-2. Should have entered the old twos competition. Would have got a fair few sleeves of golf balls for that return.
Always good on a Saturday, isn't it? When you may be playing at your local golf club.
Oh, things not going her way today. So Yeon-yu, who really is one of the most consistent players in the world, just struggling to find form. There you go.
It's like trying to get comfy on the couch, isn't it? She looked comfortable over that putt. In for birdie at the 8th.
It's interesting. It's that kind of softly feel. I'll nestle down into the ball. I'll get my stance. And then she pulls the trigger. It works.
Really good chance here for Danielle Kang to pick up a birdie. It was a good iron in. Tough pin to access. And no, it is sliding by.
How's Danielle's demeanour, Sandy?
It has improved, Kate. Pretty fiery when we started. Things didn't go to plan, and Ollie did cop a big payout, and then he tried to get a couple of fist pumps out of her when she played some good shots, and we're all back to good friends again now.
Okay.
At the moment. Things can change. This one for Airy, this would be a really good birdie. It deserved it. It was an awesome shot in.
She really is so good from that length. And Se-Yeon Kim looks like she's in cruise control.
She's very relaxed.
Yeah, she's come and had a chat with you a couple of times throughout the week, Sandy, huh? She's
Yeah, she does. She's really good out in the course. You know, if she passes, she'll come over and have a bit of a chat. And she's genuinely just a really nice girl anyhow. But she just seems in a good place, comfortable, golf's good. Just really cruising around. This one will get her attention. She was coming down quite a steep slope for her first putt. Knew it was going to run on, but just didn't give it enough. But she's been good from this distance. Has taken a lot of time over these shorter putts. Really given them her full attention, and you know, why wouldn't you when you're sitting out in the front? A lot of subtle breaks on these greens that are hard to see.
Oh, shouldn't have rushed it. So a little blip in the round for Se-Yeon Kim, who came out all guns blazing with those 3 consecutive birdies and come back down to earth again. Wow, Se-Yeon Kim really giving a shot to the rest of the field and maybe opening the door a fraction. She had a commanding lead. It was 3, it's now 2. And Arya Jatanagan is really getting her putting boots on and could well be a threat here. Round 3 in Shanghai.
Ball slightly above the feet of Wei Ling Shi. Oh, and this could turn out very nicely. Oh, just a centimetre off perfect. That would have been some birthday present.
Altamari.
Be surprised if she could get it all the way back there from the left bunker. She's done a fantastic job.
Are you surprised?
I am surprised. Right on cue.
That was great contact. Kept the body very still. Swung mainly with the arms. Good acceleration through the ball to be able to get that ball up in the air and there for distance too.
It was probably only about an 8-iron length, but she did seem to be very close to that lip. Very nice strike.
Par for Suo to remain at 4 under at the turn. Yeah, so done. Fellow Australian, Ali is very relaxed nature.
Pretty cruisy character. Always has been, actually. Currently 43rd on the money list. Made a little over $400,000 US this year.
And this is a very lucrative swing that we have here in Asia. $2.1 million is the prize fund this week. Great deal at stake, and of course those CME points as we get to the pointy end of the season.
LPGA fans, welcome to Shanghai, and thank you, Buick, for bringing us here. One of my most favorite cities in the world. Hope you enjoy watching some of the best athletes on the planet and one of the coolest cities on the planet. And on behalf of all of us at the LPGA, thanks so much for joining us this week.
Always a pleasure to hear from Mike Wan, the LPGA commissioner. He really has been an incredible leader for the LPGA. Prize money has increased $20 million since he took over the helm back in 2010. But why don't we jump now to the 8th hole?
Really anything down that right half of the fairway would be ideal. Seen that bunker get a bit of a workout already. That was where Brittany Altamare was just a few moments ago. So if you can get past that on the right-hand side, that is position A1. The bunkers down there on the right, not so much in play unless you really chunk your second shot, but that probably isn't going to happen at this level of play. And the whole location today is pretty much right in the centre between a couple of different slopey changes. So just 6 birdies today.
Well, all of a sudden we've got a nice strong breeze picked up right to left coming across, so they will want to be out that right-hand side. Good contact by Area. She's taking it down the right-hand side. It'll just work back towards the centre. Misses the bunker easy.
Jump ahead to the green, and Lincecum faces just one of those shots. It all depends on how the ball sits. Doesn't look too bad.
You can see the whole location really at a crest of 3 opposing slopes.
The one danger on this hole is that fairway bunker. Juts right out into the fairway, and it is the direction she's heading. I don't think she can miss it.
That's right.
So Young Kim coming off that 3-putt bogey on the previous hole. Just watching it a little anxiously. Oh, it's way left on the other side of the bunker, so she will have picked up the rough.
Yeah, maybe just a little quick. She's missed a couple of shots left, the ones that she has. Such a good winner when you think she won. When she won the Thornbury LPGA Classic this year to shoot 31 under par, I'll repeat that again, 31, she beat her nearest challenger, who was Sigander, by 9 shots.
It's a bit demoralising for the rest of the field, isn't it? That was a birdie putt for Bronte Law.
Really has moved wholeheartedly to Arizona. Scottsdale was from Stockport in England.
I think the weather's maybe a little more consistent.
There's a bit more cactus over there too. It sounds like a rather good place to go to. Arizona, why not? I'm playing the best tour in the world.
She's done very well to give herself a birdie chance here, Brittany Altamare. After being out of position off the tee. stink up to -9 alongside Danielle Kang.
Not rewarded for that excellent 8-iron out of the bunker, so it will be a par for Altamari. 4 back, needs those birdies to gain ground on the leader, Se-Young Kim. Player really got our attention last year when she very nearly defeated Anna Norquist in a playoff at the Evian Championship. She needed to wear a top like that because you could hardly see them. The weather was so awful.
Almost sleeting at that point in time. Just finishing off the job at the 10th is Wei Ling Shi for her back-to-back birdies. Fist pump there from Caddy Everett.
Brittany Lincecum has missed her par putt. So this is for bogey for Lincecum at the 8th hole. Came off a very good 2 at 7. One of the few players who finds herself over par for the day. 3 5s on the front 9, which equal bogeys for Brittany Lincecum. So it's not quite going her way in round 3. That's Wembolio. She's looking good. She's 2 under. But they're all trying to keep Se-Young Kim in their sights. She leads the charge on 12 under par in Shanghai.
大泽亚菊美海岸上得天独厚的理想生活小镇，绿城24年建筑艺术汇聚地，中国10家高尔夫社区之首，海南绿城蓝湾小镇，为胜美，朴成炫、阿瑞亚、朱塔纽加、杰西卡科达，卫冕冠军冯珊珊，世界重量级女子职业球员再战 LPGA 极具挑战球场2018蓝湾大师赛。
Wembolio.
You have to make compensations if you're going to take the club back on the slightly closed.
Like,
you need to get to the right place at impact.
Like short right, I feel like long is an easier chip because it's straight up the slope.
How's the putt?
The putt's easy.
I'd rather have the putt. No, because that chip's dodgy. If I go past that 31.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Just the lie's a little unpredictable.
Which one? Oh, the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said that. I'd rather just be here.
Okay, cool.
51, 40. Wind right.
Yeah. Almost feels like there's a little bit of help there as well. Good? Take time.
I might change.
Yeah, let me know.
The ball for Danielle is not laying too badly, but she's on the upslope. She's fairly well forward.
Right side's okay, right?
Yeah, right side's fine.
The bunker is between her and the pin. There's the bunker up by the green on the front left. So Danielle Kang having her problems here on the 8th hole. Uphill line, the bunker. It's quite deep. She's made good contact, but it's fairly well right now. Can she catch a slope? If she does, it's going to funnel down into that big hollow at the back, but from where she was, it's not a lot of harm done. It's going to depend on the lie.
Well, that mark is 31, pace is on, and that's where Ollie said. She goes, I don't mind being back there. If I go long, it's a straighter putt back up the slope. So they did as they planned. Good course management.
One under the card so far today, Yu Liu.
Also good course management. When you ask the pros, what do the amateurs do wrong? When they say they play in the Pro-Ams every week, they always underclub the amateurs. Never brave enough to go for the holes.
Has drawn a pretty good lie here for Se-Young Kim. She's just 118 from the flag. Got to bring it in directly over the bunker though, and there is quite a mound on the back of that bunker, so it's going to depend where she lands it. She really needs to land it probably 115, 116. High ball flight. She hasn't hit it terribly hard, and that looks like it's going to be long as well. It will, and it's going to roll down into Daniel Kang territory.
Seems to have drawn a pretty friendly lie, Say Young.
Area the next to go here. Now she is spot on 100 yards to the pin. A little bit further to the right gives herself a little bit better look at it. To get it up onto that level, she needs to carry it an extra 15. She's hit that heavy. That's fat. It's going to be in the bunker. Oh, didn't even make the bunker. Wow.
Highly uncharacteristic from the world number 2. Yep, look at the club.
I think the towel might be required after that one.
Got the go faster stripes on for Angel Yin. Oh, that would have looked brilliant in the air. Bit unlucky it didn't go in.
Had 2 chances. Awkward length leave here.
And maybe that will roll back. And it's not a shot you often see LPGA players play. They normally like to throw it up towards the pin. It's rare to see a bit more of a bump and run using the contours of the green.
She's not a player that regularly reaches for the lob wedge, Carlotta. She doesn't mind using 7, 8s, 9s around the greens.
Okay, so we'll see who's the first to go. It is going to be, of course, area from the front. Awkward shot. She's drawn a slight downslope just short of the bunker, but where she's going to have to land it, it's on a big mound off the back of the bunker, but one part of it is on the high side and the other part is the bit that drops down back to the front again. So it's all going to depend on where she can land there. She wants to try and maybe be a little bit left of this flag. She doesn't want this running away from her. And of course, if she hits this a little too firm, it's just going to continue on and end it down with the other 2 players at the back of the green. So from 100 yards for her second shot, she wouldn't have dreamed she'd be playing this one. Just really opening that club face up. Just going to try and flop this. Oh, she's really flown that, caught it thin, and that is, let's check, but it may keep continuing to trickle. It does stop, but a couple of not so good shots here from area.
Yeah, it's surprising, but she's a player that is quite fluky at times. She can miss a series of cuts and yet be the most dominant player on the planet. Saganda, that was a birdie putt, so that will be a par for the Spanish player. But last season, Jutanugarn missed 5 cuts in the middle of the season. For the player who held the number 1 spot, it's remarkable to see somebody who can be so dominant and yet flip the other way.
Well, it's a different year for her this year. In her 24 events, she's missed 0 cuts.
Danielle is going to be the next to play. Ball's going to be sitting well below her feet here. It's going to be uphill all the way, so she's got to get it not to check too quickly on this quite steep bank. Very, very nice.
Her short game is brilliant.
Well, we'd seen Brittany Lincecum take the high route earlier from a similar position. Danielle taking the knockdown.
Yeah! Oh! The fans egging, desperate to see that ball go in the hole. Not to beat, but Liu, all the same, it's a par.
Both mum and dad are here. Dad in vision there on the bag.
There's somebody in the crowd who's very vocal. He's right behind her. Big roars. Danielle Kang made her 4 after that excellent chip, tapped in. This remains at 9 under. This is for birdie for Yin. And a straightforward putt sees Angel move to 6 under par. 6 back, but this is her favourite 9. She played this in 30 strokes yesterday, the back 9. And that would certainly help with her challenge this weekend.
A little bit easier shot here for So Young, but she's got to get it all the way up, coming from this steep little gully off the back of the green. And that's got to go. That's going to be way short. Hit that very softly.
Well, this was a purple patch for Se Young Kim yesterday, making 4 birdies, 6, 7, 8, 9. But really, Ali, the key to her round were these clutch putts she made on 10, 11 and 12. And this is going to test her, this one right here.
Well, Area has made quite a mess of this 8th hole. After hitting the perfect drive, it's been a little not so pretty since then, so this is for par. Got to get going. Just not quite enough pace to hold its line. So it's going to be a drop shot. We've sort of come to a bit of a roadblock here at the moment.
So it's a drop shot for Area Jatanagan, the second one of the day. She was excellent from this range yesterday. Se Young Kim needs to dig into her considerable short game skills once again, using pull to get the measure of the line and the pace.
Yeah, she holed a lot of putts, especially from this range and beyond. Yesterday it was such a good round. This one is going to still be a little bit up the hill. So she's coming off a bogey on the previous hole. Got off to the best possible start with 3 birdies. And then it's just all gone a little bit quiet since then.
She's also taking a great deal of time over this putt as well.
Kate, she's taken a great deal of time over most of them.
So this to maintain her lead by 3. And it's the second putt missed to the left as well. So Jatanagan and Kim both make bogeys on a very straightforward hole. Sadly to say, Area had a wedge in the hand and walks off with a 5. Not often you see that, and that gives hope to the chasing pack. And this is one of the players in the chasing pack. Needs a few birdies though on the back 9 for Bronte. Minjee Lee, her second to the 10th. Can't go left on 10. Horrible deep bunkers to the left of the green. That was superb.
Quality golf shot. Let's have a look at the 9th, the par 5, where our final group is heading now. and flanked all the way down the left-hand side with the water. It doesn't come into play very often, purely because those bunkers on the left tend to snatch your ball up before it does actually bring it into play. So really, around about the 250 mark is ideal. And today it is playing all of its yardage at 526 yards. So the layup might be just past this bunker on the left for most players in the field. We've seen a couple get close to the green, but that's not the percentage play really, with the hole over on the right-hand side. 19 paces on, 3 from the right. 12 birdies so far today.
Danielle Kang, first to go in this group.
Breeze coming directly into the players a little bit from their left. That's good contact. It's going down the left-hand side. It won't make the bunkers. It should be fine.
Interesting when you look at their stats on their driving distance. She's definitely the shortest player in that group. She's 73rd in driving distance on tour. Altamari is one of the shortest players on tour. But it's not just about how far you hit it, but she's ranked 133rd on the LPGA, so obviously got great short game skills and hits a lot of greens in regulation.
Area.
Yeah, that's a good drive. That's splitting the centre of the fairway. It'll be in great shape. Nice slow ball flight into that breeze.
Here is a sponsor's invite. Paula Creamer started so well, opened with a round of 68 for the American. There's been a desert so far as wins for the 2010 US Open champion. Last win came in Singapore all the way back in 2014, and that's not going to help her challenge out in 38.
Coming off a couple of bogeys in a row for Se-Young Kim. Straight into the breeze, very high ball flight, but she is strong, taking right centre, and it'll be in great shape.
A couple of drop shots for Se-Young Kim. Can't really see the body language is doing anything different, trying to block it out. The old adage, one shot at a time, and that's when she needs it most. Difficult putt to read for Bronte Law. Quicken. So the state of play as we reach the halfway stage of the Buick LPGA Shanghai. Se-Young Kim, it looked like she was going to run away with the tournament after her explosive start. 3 consecutive birdies to put her out in front, but a couple of bogeys on 7 and 8 has brought her back down to earth, and so she has the lead by 2 over her nearest challengers, Danielle Kang and Ariya Jutanugarn. Chance to get to 8 under for Minjee Lee after that excellent shot out of the bunker. One of the best we'll see today. So she creeps up into a tie for 4th and is only 3 shots back. Big chance for Altamari at 9. Second now, 9 under par, and Altamari searching for that first win on the LPGA Tour. Hasn't been a good few months for her. Best finish has been tie for 15th. That's her best finish since June.
Danielle Kang taking this down the left-hand side towards the bunkers. Oh, pops over, but pops back in. That is going to make it very difficult.
It's 190. I know. But you cover it, no problem. Sorry, not
Trouble for Kang.
So Young gets a good look from this right-hand side. Also a little left. Hang on a minute. Well and truly over. Now that's... The grass will hold that up. That is very lucky. That's a couple of left shots. And the last hole or two, Kate.
Yeah, and a couple of left putts as well for Kim. But that ball, we can see it. It is safe. It's going to be an awkward stance.
She actually has a very similar error in her swing that she does in her putting stroke. She gets a little out of sync.
Let's bring you up to speed with what's been happening out on the golf course. Here is Arya Jatanagan at the 7th hole, the world number 2. She had a 2 at the 2nd. This is the par 3. And that tee shot. And it was another 2 at the 7th hole. She is awesome on these par 3s, right at the pin.
Well, I guess the question is, how's Wenbo Liu on the par 5s? That's where we find her at the 9th. There's one under the card at this stage of her round, but not for long. She tapped that one in for birdie number 2 of the day.
World number 22, Carlotta Ciganda. Birdie chance at the 8th hole. Just to creep to 8 under. A beautiful little fist pump. She knows what she wants out of this tournament in Shanghai. She enters the fray.
Most of us are happy if a third shot has one chance to go in. This one had 2. Fantastic iron plate from Angel Yin.
So plenty happening out on the golf course. This is a par putt for Bronte Law. So Yeon Yu. Birdies have been a rare commodity for the former world number 1, 2-time major champion. Just struggling to find her mojo, but that could be it. That long putt from across the green. A good 2 at the 11th. It's got everything, that scorecard. Bogeys, birdies, a few pars scattered in, but she's getting back on track. Playing partners are both in trouble. Arya Jatanagan, 2nd at 9.
Taking this down the right centre. It's going to be perfect. She backed off this a few times. A bit concerned about the wind, I think, but that's in great shape.
Wow, she must have backed off it after seeing the shots of Se-Young Kim and Danielle Kang. Both players left. Bronte Law made a bogey, and so she moves on to the back 9 now at 2 over for the day, 5 under for the championship, and very quickly finds herself 6 off the pace.
Above her feet, a drawing line. We'll be moving this from right to left, pin on the right section. And she's found the right section. That should come back down the slope for Angel Yin. She's nearly holed 2 from 2 holes. Pinpoint accuracy from the American.
Liu at 10. Playing with Angel and trying to work it close from the other direction, but that is not going to come back. From a peachy lie in the middle of the fairway, Ciganda.
Pins on 18, really, you want to land at about 14 paces on. Let it release. Maybe a little further right than that, but still straight back across the green for birdie.
Danielle Kang has found herself far up into the face of this bunker. 116 to get it all the way back there. Now the wind is blowing directly into her, and the pin is sitting in a little hollow back right. It's only 3 paces from the right-hand side. Now, can she get it there being so far forward? Yeah, contact's pretty good. It's landing softly. It's coming down so soft it's going to be way short. Leaves herself a very difficult little pitch too now with the mound in between her and the hole.
A little heavy.
Oh, you'd hate to walk away with a bogey on. It's one of the easiest on the golf course today. I like that distance for birdie.
She's had it twice in the last 2 holes for Angel Yin. So a nice little move from Angel. 1 under the card for the day area.
Just 83 for Airy to get into this back little pocket. It's looking good. We can't even see where it's finished from 83.
Oh, spun back a little bit, about 12 or 13 feet left for birdie.
Just her range leads the tour in putts per green in regulation. She gets moving. All of a sudden, she's going to notice. She's playing alongside Se Young Kim, who's placed 2 bogeys in the last 2 holes. We're going to see this momentum shift area. Needed to move up a gear.
She's ended up okay here on this left-hand side. Ball's laying all right. She's only 67 from the flag. Got plenty of room, but if she's too hot, this will run off the green. Hit it very softly. Now, it depends on the roll and the bounce. Oh, no, surely it's not going to stop there. It did.
How did that not release? She must have hit it high on the club face, I think. Easy to do out of a lie like that, where it's sitting up in the Bermuda rough.
Difficult to line up, get the weight just right. But Saganda is cruising today. She's 2 under par, keeps on giving herself plenty of opportunities.
It's a nice luxury to have when you're Angel Yin, your ball's in your pocket, you've already got your birdie. That was quite a severe misread from you, Liu. It was part of the Duke University NCAA championship winning team a couple of years back, but didn't complete her degree, opted to turn pro early.
Maybe a few years before your time at Duke.
No, a couple of years after.
Oh, yeah.
A long way after. No, I was out of there in 2010.
Good player. Finished 3rd this year at the Volunteers of America LPGA Texas Classic. So she's got the game and another top 10, so very much belongs on the LPGA.
And well hold.
Danielle Kang.
Incredibly awkward shot here. She's got to land it on this huge mound. Now, depending on what happens, it lands softly. It's trickling down. It should come to the right. It's not coming to the right as much as it looks.
That was so bad.
Worked out.
Holy shit, that was bad. Sorry. Man, it's a lot of work to get on in 4.
Apologies on behalf of Danielle Kang.
No. It was a good effort there from Minjee Lee.
Left hand low, keeping the body beautifully still, Saganda. And a good putt. One in Korea a couple of years ago. Minjee, a winner this year on tour, the Volvic LPGA Championship. Not with putts like that. She had the same coach for years, Richie Smith.
Richie Smith, yeah.
Got to be plenty of right to left in this. Oh, okay, things have just gone a little pear-shaped these last few holes.
Well, Sandy, I mean, you think she made birdie, 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 birdie here yesterday, so the two previous holes she birdied yesterday, she's bogeyed today.
Can confirm that Minjee Lee has made her bogey at 11, tapped in. This on 10 for Altamari.
Well, wouldn't you like to hit your hybrids like that? Oh, that was a cracking shot, 414 yards and a tap-in birdie for Altamari.
Should be no shortage of left to right in this. All players struggling with this small back right area of the ninth hole.
So Se Young Kim is 5 shots worse off on this patch of the golf course than she was yesterday. She finished the front 9 with 4 consecutive birdies. At the moment, she's gone par, bogey, bogey, and is staring at that putt as well.
Well, it's much easier to play poorly on the holes you've played well than to play well on the holes you've played poorly, which she's got coming up on the stretch on the back 9 that she really just ground out for those pars yesterday. 10, 11, 12.
So this is for par for Kang to be out in 36, 9 under par, 2 off the pace. Needs this.
All of a sudden, the likes of the players, even down on about 7 under, Minjee Lee, Angel Yin Yu Liu, and then Carlotta Segunda, they're moving into the mix now.
So neither player in this final group has been able to make a putt on 9. It's over to Se Young Kim. She's missed the last 2 putts left. Frisco before you see him. He's got the squeaky golf shoes on today.
Come in handy if we get any rain. You can come and squeegee the greens for us. Can afford to be a little assertive with this putt. She's been tentative, but missed left. Needs a good stroke.
That was better. And that will help settle the nerves as well. Because after that electrifying start of going out 3 under through 3, where we thought we were looking at a new course record, she's come back down to reality. And those 2 late bogeys mean that the lead, she still has it, but it's only by 2 over Altamari and Jutanagan. And so it's all systems go for the back 9. Front page of the leaderboard, there's nobody really tearing the course apart. It's proving to be a difficult assignment out there, even for the very best in the world. But Se Young Kim has her nose out in front, but it's just by 2 in Shanghai. Certainly helps if you have a hole-in-one on the golf course, and that's exactly what happened to Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff.
Well, she's actually picked up another eagle since then. Would you believe it? On the 17th. And she's just through 17 there. One of 14 players to have 2 eagles in one round in 2018 on the LPGA.
It's a fantastic day for Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff. She's a very capable player, able to go low. Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff shot 62 a couple of years ago in Taiwan. The LPGA Championship there. To the 11th.
Staring it down. Oh, it's going to be a bit of a slippery little putt coming down the hill. Pin on the front today. Only a wedge in hand at most for players. Carlotta Secunda. Maybe even a gap wedge. Bogeyed this the first 2 rounds.
The fabulous international city that is Shanghai, that literally means above the sea. A huge city, 24 million people. I've had the chance to go out a couple of nights, and what a pleasure it is to be here for the inaugural staging of the Buick LPGA Shanghai. A lot of players have been down to the Bund at the weekend, but we are fixated certainly on the back 9 here for round 3, and the 10th hole will certainly get the players' attention, Ali.
It is a long par 4 today at 414 yards. Bear in mind that the players aren't getting too much run on the fairways. Those bunkers over on the right-hand side might just creep into play, but mainly everyone's going out left of those into the green today, which is slightly raised. You don't want to be down on that left-hand side in the deep bunkers, so right is certainly the miss. Pin is middle right and pretty tough to get to, so just 10 birdies. Second hardest hole on the golf course.
Now let's see if these players can ignite these rounds again. We've made the turn, and that is a good drive from Era. She's put herself in a good position on this very tough par 4.
Kate Burton in the commentary box alongside Ali Whitaker, and Peter Donegan joins us.
Thank you, Kate. I had the opportunity of watching some live golf a moment ago. Our television compound near the 9th green. At 10, Brittany Lincecum rolling one down the hill, and that's very quick down there. Watching the planes coming in to land at Hongqiao Airport, but the golfers are in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment.
A little bit of breeze here coming behind the players, a little bit helping them from the left. There's that high ball flight of Se Young Kim, and it's split the centre of the fairway.
Very pleasant conditions out there at the moment. Ideal temperature, overcast day, and we're waiting for the fireworks to evolve later in the day. Maybe Yu Liu might be able to start some of her own here. Down the slope for birdie at 11. And she will remain 1 under par for the day, tied 6th.
Wind coming across the water on the left-hand side. That's going down the right-hand side, but it looks like it's enough to work its way back to the fairway.
Another birdie chance for Altamare to get within 1 of Say Young Kim. She is charging. Now 3 under par for the day. 2 of those coming on 9 and 10 successively.
And Ali, we're now at a period of the golf course where 2 of the hardest 4 holes of the week are in this stretch, 10 and 12. Carlotta in between the 2 of those with a birdie chance, missing on the low side. So who's it going to be who's going to jump out? By the look of it, it's going to be Brittany Altamari. With those back-to-back birdies. And just when it did look as though Say Young Kim was about to lap the field early on, things have changed, as they quite often do in this wonderful game. Speaking of back-to-back birdies,
it's her 9.
and in fact that is now 3 in a row. Angel, 9, 10, 11, back-to-back to begin the back 9.
Not the most confident stroke, but it worked.
Certainly not her favourite 9 either for Yu Liu. Has been even par on the back 9. 7 under on the front.
And that is the worst of the records for any of the players up in contention, up near the top of the leaderboard. Minjee Lee has got things going a bit with those birdies at 9 and 10, but unfortunately the bookends around that were bogeys at 8 and 11. Nearly an unlikely birdie here at 12, but Minjee will stay within 4 of the lead, and she's one of those players that we talk about with the ability to shoot a really low score if she can just stay in touch before tomorrow comes around. Three back. She's got what it takes to win. She showed us that in Korea a couple of years ago with a thrilling victory. Yeah. Let's go back to the action on the 10th fairway. Sandy McKenzie is out there.
Yeah, the breeze has just moved around a little bit, Pete. It's coming across the water now, basically left to right. It's 148 to the front, 166 to head to the flag. However, it's sitting between 2 mounds, so it's sounding quite a hollow on this right-hand side. So it's going to be tricky to find the right spot. She's really not sure. And the wind just is picking up a little bit as I'm talking. Going with a 5-iron for Danielle Kang, 166. This is the second hardest hole on the golf course today, which is no surprise. Playing it left of the flag, it might feed to the right. Now, if it comes off that bank, and it does not. Okay, make putting a little interesting.
Only the 12th playing harder, 10th playing at 4.21 effectively, the 12th at 4.25. So a very big stretch on the golf course now, a real stern assignment for the players.
Piercing blue eyes are staring down that tee shot in admiration, because that is one of the best that we'll see.
I'll let you know what the view is. Right now we're good. I think just keep it a little bit left of it. The carry's a little bit less. You can get it down to like 54 if you stay left of it.
The total is 165, so she's just a yard closer than Danielle Kang was. Now, Aria had a 6 in her hand. She's gone to 7. Breeze just moving around, mostly from the left. The line is looking excellent. Oh, so is the shot. Now come back.
And it's always good to see that roll, because that means the ball's getting down to the flatter part, so she's got a flat putt, a makeable putt, or flatter putt than she was going to have.
Ashley Buhay for birdie at the 16th on her native South African Open earlier this year. She won it for about the 10th time as well. She's a real specialist winner. Back on her home tour, and that's why when you hold putts like that, there's a lot of birdies on that scorecard. 3 bogeys too, but she finds herself 4 under for the championship. 3 under for the last 4 holes.
6 red numbers from the South African.
No, right now, that's fine because there's no. You good? Yeah. Hit your target.
157 to get it to the flag. The breeze has just dropped a little bit. It's still coming across this fairway left to right. Now, we saw yesterday where she absolutely ignited her round at the 7th. She needs to put a birdie in here somewhere to get this going again. It's all gone very quiet. Lower ball flight in here for Se Young Kim. Now the line is just left of the flag. Depends on the bounce. Too long. Make putting very difficult from back there.
We were saying just a moment ago, Pete, that Se Young Kim is 6 shots worse off than she was through the midway of her round yesterday.
Yeah, it appeared as though she couldn't do anything wrong yesterday, and just at the moment after that start it appears as though she's just clinging on. But I guess the thing about it is a lot of the other players are doing the same thing. That's one way to get a red figure on your card. Get a 2 on your card at 16. Not many of those today. 1 would be even better because the magnificent Buick would be in your pocket. So Brittany Altamari is the one making the charge at the moment, and the other 3 players in our feature group just treading water for the time being. But something will happen, no question about that, as the afternoon unfolds. Se Young Kim at one stage led by 4. Her lead is 1 in the 3rd round of the Buick LPGA Shanghai. Shortest hole they've played all week. The 11th, measuring just 126 yards today. And as is the case with some of the shorter holes here, elevated tee shot down to the level of the green. Brittany Lincecum with a good opportunity. That was a good positive stroke, and doesn't she like it? Brittany gets a second 2 on her card today after a 2 at the 7th.
Must not bogey. Law, second full year on the LPGA Tour, won everything as an amateur in England. Solid putt. Blair won the English stroke play by staggering 16 shots. Back-to-back English amateur championships.
Steady as she goes at the top of the leaderboard, round 3 of the Buick LPGA Shanghai from the spectacular Shizhong Garden Golf Club in this one of the world's most populous and bustling and thriving cities. Brittany Altamari is thriving at the moment too. Great tee shot here at 11. This is to join the lead. And the American is making a significant charge. And do you think she's happy about it? That's a birdie, birdie, birdie. And we have joint leaders.
You're out this time, and I know you're sabotaging.
And this isn't an easy putt for, say, young Kim.
Kate, do you know that roller coaster that we pass on the way out here? It's on about that level.
Okay. It's going to do a few things, this putt.
It's going to do a lot of things, and it's quite scary. She's had a good look at it. She's just trying to work out where she's got to put it on top of this massive ridge. And then it just drops away, mostly right to left, quite severely. So hang on to your hats with this one. Just getting it to the top, and now what's it? Oh, it's going in an unusual direction. No? That was just nearly impossible.
She was brilliant at this length on the back nine yesterday. Hold a putt at a similar distance on 10, 11 and 12. That's what kept her score together. And she's going to need more of that today.
It's always the conundrum with the stepping greens, isn't it? Sometimes you can, and we roll balls occasionally, you can roll a ball 6 inches either side and one will break left to right and the other one will break right to left depending on where you are on the mound.
A lot of subtle breaks. They're getting everybody involved.
Yeah, I might get at them myself in a minute. Danielle has an easier putt because at least where she's standing she can see the hole. Right at the top of the ridge. Unlucky for that ball not to actually back up and run back down. But again, it's going to be about the pace and controlling it down this slope, and it does go right to left towards the hole. There's been a lot of uncertainty on this putting green.
She sneezes too vigorously. This one's 6 feet past.
Really only just has to get it moving, Pete. Can you believe that?
The only way to stop that putt.
That was a bonus.
Get the hole right in the way. Whoa, that is one of the best putts we will see on the 10th green. How far left? How gently she tapped the ball.
And that was 7 or 8 feet past if it didn't touch the hole. It did more than touch it. It embraced it.
Well, that's one birthday present for her today. That's what the 10th hole's offered.
She's up the back of the green here laughing her head off.
Well, in comparative terms, this is pretty straightforward, Sandy, for area.
Well, Ari's just got the best possible position because she's virtually up the hill. She's just rolled off the edge there, or right on the edge of the green, and she's putting from the best spot. And doesn't make it. Well, who would have thought that a minute or so ago?
Tough hole, the 12th. It gets even more difficult if you hit it in this bunker off the tee for you, Liu. That's clever. About as well as she could have done, but the hardest hole on the golf course. Just 5 birdies, 4.2, playing over its par.
A good look at right from the centre of the fairway for Carlotta. Up the hill. And a makeable birdie putt coming. Just perhaps a little hint of right to left in that for the Spaniard.
So Young's going to feel very left out if this doesn't go in. But she was putting from just an impossible position unless the hole happened to get in the way. So this not to 3-putt and drop another shot.
Pressure putts. And there's that little smile between player and caddy, Say Young and Paul. A little pump of the fist as well. They knew the importance of that one. Pats her on the back, says, well done.
That's going to feel like she's picked up 2 shots. So important. It's all getting very congested at the top now. She's got company with this player, Brittany Altamare. It's just one behind.
Searching for that elusive first victory. Just the one top 10 this year. That was in Arkansas. And when you see her playing like this, Kate, you wonder how that could possibly be the case from 24 events.
Yeah, you know, she really hasn't played well since June as well. It's been a poor run of form.
They make their way down 12. We make our way over 11, and it's going to be a very short flight.
It really is. It's a tiddler, just 126 yards. So nothing more than a wedge for the vast majority of these players. And it's accessible today. That pin is on the front left-hand corner. 22 birdies, a little bit of breeze. Northerly breeze will come from the players left. But a good chance to pick up a birdie. It's sandwiched between the 2 most difficult holes on the golf course.
Accessible, Kate. It doesn't even look like it's on the green. The pin, it's so far forward. But sometimes that makes it more awkward. A little bit of breeze coming into her. It's not as strong as it was on the previous hole. 9-iron for Danielle. I seem to have got that a little heavy. Just shy. The way that ball sat down, it may actually be sitting in its own little plug mark there.
Back to that shortly. Let's jump ahead to Lydia Ko at the 14th, playing at just 227 yards today, so it's a completely different golf hole. And this one for birdie from long range. She gets her 3, but a birdie putt on a hole of 227 yards. She obviously had her difficulties after the tee shot, but she's got the result she was after.
Looking forward to seeing the leaders take that on the 14th hole. Highly drivable.
Breeze just picks up as Erie gets to the tee. Now this is going a little left of the flag. That's okay.
Wow, interesting. The easiest of the par 3s to date, and that's the furthest she has been after that exquisite iron into the second for Ariya Jutanugarn.
At the 12th, third shot from the fringe on this very tough hole. Hardest hole on the golf course. Yu Liu's touch has been exemplary so far this week, and it still is. I think we can safely give her that one.
Still, that breeze is up a little bit. It is coming into them. It's coming into them from the right. So I just see Paul having a bit of a discussion there about the wind. So again, this is going to be 9-iron. Nice easy swing just right of the flag. It's still hanging well right now. Wow.
Well, that sounded a bit fluffy as well.
Lost her timing from the top of her backswing.
Just wonder, Sandy said the breeze is into them there at 11k, so it's a different wind direction from the last couple of days. So I wonder whether the players have just struggled with just getting their heads around what's going on out there. Well, I'll tell you one player who probably hasn't done that, and that is Angel Yin. Here she is at the par 5 9th. This is her third shot. Nearly in twice. And that would be a birdie for Angel to complete an outward 9 of 36, but things are about to get a whole lot better.
At the 10th hole, up the slope to an elevated green for the American, the Solheim Cup player, searching for her first win on tour. And this, just keep watching as it got better and better. She's an expert at mastering the contours of these greens, and the swales. A tap-in birdie for the American, second on the bounce.
And there was more to come. This at the following hole, this to make it 3 in a row. Quick and accurate. And Angel had 3 birdies on the trot and found herself up to 8 under. But this putt is to save par at the 12th. Let's see if she can keep the putter working. And so the streak comes to an end. It comes to an end in the fashion that she would not be hoping for, but 12 claims another victim.
Yes, it's the hardest hole on the golf course. Just the 11th is proving to be a bit tricky for the leader, Se Young Kim.
Yeah, sometimes when they're this short and you've got a little bit of wind into you, it's not easy to get it right. Not a lot of room to work with here. Not bad, just left it below the flag, so she shouldn't have any problem making her par.
So the breeze is turning around more out of the east-southeast after we've had a nor'wester over the first couple of days. From the apron, Carlotta gets a good piece of it. Still, if you can walk off with a 4 on the 12th, that's a pretty pleasing result in light of what a lot of the rest of the field have been doing. Angel's going to make her bogey. 4's been a good score at this hole, and it's been the norm. Angel, by the way, has tapped in and has made her bogey.
Just coming up a little shy here off the tee for Danielle, but she's not too far.
We'll come back to you in a moment, Sandy, because we're just ducking ahead to the 12th hole first of all. What colour would you call that, Kate? Apricot?
I'm thinking it's more peach, is it?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
She's got a peachy lie.
Rock melon apparently is the consensus from our people in the control room.
Oh, the birthday boy himself.
So I think that we may have our fruits just mixed up a little bit.
This has been her weapon of choice for Brittany Altamari. Knocked it dead on 9. Not quite as close. It's not bad.
Just a little bit interested to see how this runs, because it seemed to have popped into its own hollow. She hasn't done anything about it. Oh, a little bit bouncy onto the green and going to come up well short.
Well, you called it before straight off the club, Sandy, that may have happened.
It looked like it had landed, Pete, and just popped straight down. Might have been a little hollow underneath.
The second shot for Bronte Law, the 12th.
she'll be annoyed because of the pace of that putt. That's going to have a bit in it coming back down the hill as we go back to 11.
Pen high area. There'll be no shortage of left to right in this putt.
And they're 3 in a line looking at the markers of the other 2 players. So the 10th and the 12th might be the hard holes, but they're having some issues, as Kate said, at the 11th too.
Lincecum looking to get close for Brittany. She's 18th in greens in regulation, and that will help her cause and those stats.
She had about 133 to the front. Brittany Lincecum, areas tapped in, so she's got her par. That's 3 pars in a row now. So just at the moment, rather than being a heavyweight contest, Sandy, with all of the haymakers being thrown, it's just jab, jab, jab at the moment between those at the top.
Yeah, it is. It's just nobody's really got anything happening out here. I mean, it's not really disastrous, but it's just, you know, we've got no fire lighting anything at this point. Someone needs to roll in a big birdie sooner or later. Been very quiet, Pete, for the last half dozen holes.
Consolidation from the players at the top of the leaderboard. Brittany Altamari, though, and Angel Yin, the ones making a move in different parts of the course. Brittany especially being 4 under par for the day. So all things considered, Kate, if she did have a difficulty with where her ball landed, Danielle Kang, she can make her par, then she's done her job.
And she just finds herself 2 off the pace as well. Works for Butch Harmon, the legendary golf instructor, which is impressive because it's quite hard to get a lesson with him. He looks after some of the very best players in the men's game, but he's certainly helping her because Danielle Kang finds herself on the upper echelons of the leaderboard as we're in day 3 of the Buick LPGA Shanghai. She is just 2 behind the lead, which is now shared between Se-Young Kim and Brittany Altamari. The young American is bidding for her first LPGA win. Could it come in Shanghai?
Going in the other direction. If you're +2 for the day, that's going to topple you down the leaderboard after Bronte went out in that second last group, and she finds herself now pretty close to 20th place.
Ruixin Liu enjoying a wonderful round, a 67 to find her under par going into the final day, and Amy Yang also with a round of 67. So a few players are picking up ground and shots on the rest of the field, but it's not the case for So-Yeon Ryu. Highly uncharacteristic for a player who's one of the most consistent on tour. There was a spell a couple of years ago where she didn't miss a cut in 18 months. It was the longest streak in the record book, so strange.
Not strange for Pei Yun Chen, though, is it? What a day, 7 under. So par's on the way in to get it to 65. Ayako Uehara making a good fist of things. And so is Emma Talley of the United States after a couple of days that she'd prefer to forget. 2 ties down the bottom, Moria and Tidapa. And Lindy Duncan having a bit of a struggle. Didn't hit many fairways through the course of the first couple of days, Lindy. And that obviously had an impact on her score. It's the lap of luxury for the players here in Shanghai this week. They are staying at the magnificent Pullman Hotel South International Standard Hotel. It's in a magnificent area in the Star Plaza district of the new CBD of Shanghai. And the sort of things, the creature comforts that you expect. Always good to get a nice spread for breakfast, a spread for dinner, and that's what the players are enjoying, and they're loving the food here this week. That's been the consistent thing that a lot of the players have spoken about. Whatever Brittany Altamari is eating, it is agreeing with her. And she nearly got the lead by herself.
Good drive needed here for Area. Toughest hole on the golf course.
Didn't see that one come down, but I don't think it hit the cart path, so a lot will depend on the lie she pulls. Meantime, up ahead of the green. Bronte to get it to -6. What a good putt. And the reason for that reaction is that Bronte was +2 for the day before that. Having a good look at it.
Come on out. It's the right side to come in from, but it's slightly above feet and in that wispy rough. Well, at first I thought we were going to have to strap ourselves in when she started birdie, birdie, birdie. We're looking at course records. And it hasn't quite eventuated that way for Se Young Kim. Still plenty of holes to play. As Brittany Altamari is laughing her way around the golf course, flying under the radar. There's not a huge number of fans following them.
Well, Ali's told us, Kate, she can be very intense on the golf course, but she looks anything but today. She looks so relaxed at what's going on. So Yon, on a difficult day, rolls in a birdie there at the 14th. This hole, the 14th, we said it's playing at 227. It's about 116 yards, I think, shorter than it was yesterday. Often you see a hole maybe has 60 yards difference. Very rarely you see this sort of difference in the length of the hole.
It's a bold choice by the LPGA to move it forward. And it's what we like to see in the closing stages of the holes. Anytime you can try and drive the 14th. To maybe driving the 13th, that's its par 5. She gives it a good hard whack.
So they're now joint leader. Had 4 under for the day, 11 under for the week. She's made 3 birdies in her last 4 holes. She's the hot player on the golf course up at the top of the leaderboard right now. A little anxious, right? And it's okay, we can see it, so it's not sitting too badly.
Lovely. Taking a lot of sand with that shot, so not getting a much spin. Asking the ball to release across the green, and it did just that. His dad, a proud father.
And so it should be, the way she's handled herself this week. From one emerging Chinese star to an established one. Shan Shan second to the final hole. Got things going early on. Come on down. And that gets better. So a birdie potentially for China's #1 ranked player, and that would be for a round of 67.
Very nicely done. No, she's long. She's averaged 292 yards off the tee this week. And she's been exquisite out of the bunkers as well. 100% record.
It's a 6-iron here, 4 area from the fairway. Breeze is coming right to left now. She's played it out to the right. It's going to depend on what it bounces on. Oh, that's going to be excellent. That's working its way down beautifully.
That's how you use the contours.
Yeah, but I can cover everything in the middle of that left bunker.
100%.
Not the round she was after today. Paula Creamer finds herself 1 over, but this hole is drivable. 14. And that is an eagle opportunity for the Pink Panther.
A little unlucky she didn't get it rolling on down as well. Decent gust of wind, she might get a bit closer. It's Carlotta's third at 13.
Those Spanish hands are going to be needed for this shot. Very delicate.
So quick, this one. Just to help it on its way. And that's the danger when they're that fast. That was maybe a foot or two away from being a really good shot, and then the kind of results that can make you look silly, but that's the margin for error.
Danielle going with a 7-iron coming in from this right-hand side. There is a cross breeze that's going to catch this ball. There's a big hollow and it's hanging, and it is not going to make this big bank at all. Going to be a shocking second shot. Third shot, I should say.
There's a trap down there at the front left corner of 12.
And it's deep.
Been very concerned about the wind that she's got here. Had a look at it a number of times. Started this right. Now it's catching the breeze right to left. It needs to settle down a lot.
Well, she's getting used to putts like this, but this is going to be the longest of the putts that she's had. It's probably just about the longest of the putts that anyone's had today.
Might not take a putter for it. Seems a long time ago that Se Young Kim had a birdie all the way back to the third.
Carlotta's task became a difficult one by hanging it up on the bank. Now she's got some work to do coming on the way back to make her par there at 13. 3 of the 4 par 5s in excess of 500 yards, so they've got a lot of length about them. It was a good touch from you, Liu, a moment ago.
Good chance to go further up the leaderboard. Has been mentored by a Mr. Fang, who she says has been a hugely influential on her young career. The dad of Cindy Fang, a former LPGA player. I'm sure he'll be watching here in China to chart her progress, which has been impressive.
So often when we talk Angel Yim, we talk about the power that she has, and rightly so, when we talk about numbers of around 292 yards for average drives, but we just saw what touch the young lady possesses as well. She's picked up in excess of $600,000 this year, $607,386 to be precise. Best finish was a runner-up finish in the Canadian Open. 4 top 5s though, so that's the reason she's been able to get it out in front of a $600,000 mark.
It's a winner on the Ladies European Tour on the Dubai Ladies Classic last year, beating IK Kim in a playoff, so she does know that winning feeling. Would love it to translate to the LPGA Tour.
Another birdie, as Kate said earlier, this is her 9. She handled it really well yesterday when apparently she was in a hypnotic trance. And it seems like she might be there again today.
Sometimes that's when you play your best golf. Eagle opportunity for Paula Creamer at 14.
$11,986,350 over her illustrious career to be in the top 10 on the career money list.
What a very nice way this would be to finish her third round, Shan Shan Feng. Such a good start, out in 32 for birdies in the first 6 holes. Have a look at that. But after that, couldn't find one. Still a round of 68. She's 5 under, currently 6 back.
It's funny, isn't it? 4 under after 6 feels good. 4 under after 18 feels like a long day.
Well, Danielle Kang is down there somewhere. It is so deep, just lands it on, and that is pretty good from where she was.
Australia's Minjee Lee at the short par 4, 14th for birdie, and rolling that one in very nicely. She'll be enjoying this group today because she's out there with Suo, a player she knows very well, a person she knows very well, and to get the opportunity to play with Paula Creamer as well. So I'm sure they're having a good time, and it's showing on Minjee's scorecard as well, having picked up 2. So she's got herself within 3 shots of the lead. Brittany Altamari and Se Young Kim share that lead. So who's going to step it out? You would think perhaps 13 and 14, both birdie opportunities coming, so the fireworks might be about to start on Saturday. That whole location on the 18th today, we've seen a few perilous shots going in there.
This is a perilous putt.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to keep having them this length because eventually it is going to end badly, and this is not going to get there. Long way short. She's had a couple of those now, and they're definitely 3-putt territory.
It all seemed so easy at the beginning of the day. Now it's anything but for Se Young Kim.
Well, weren't we saying that yesterday about Area? We thought things were going to evolve for her when she made eagle at the first. This game can change and change so quickly. Audrey on Brittany's back just calling for a little quiet and a little stillness from the gallery that is around, adjacent to the players. In a share of the lead. She gets a good look at the pin here. It's 19 paces on. Just got it over the trap. And another birdie opportunity coming for the 27-year-old.
Se Young Kim, it's still her putt. She can't keep getting away with these, and it's looking like it's a little right. It's not going to be. It's going to be a 3-putt, but she has got to get the ball closer than that.
It's another bogey for Se Young Kim, and on a day where she looked as though she was going to completely rip the golf course to shreds early on, it's getting its revenge now. Se-Young Kim, incredibly, now doesn't even have a share of the lead. That's held by Brittany Altamari at 11 under. It was always the case that she was going to be able to get there too easily, but the difficulty was, did she have too much club in her hand because she's so long? And the answer is pretty evident right now.
This will be an excellent up and down out of that big front bunker for Danielle Kang. It's not going to be. There's a lot more break there than she thought. So another one drops a shot. Pete, what is going on out here at the moment?
That's a very good question, Sandy. I can't give you the answer, but if we do come up with the answer, I think Se-Young Kim particularly would like to know what it is.
Exactly.
Player who's certainly got the length, doesn't even need the driver, Sagander at 14. Par 4. Nice high fade would be ideal. Get it to land softly. Oh, a bit too softly. She thought that was going to go. She got that club totally wrong.
I wonder if that was a bit of a reaction too from what she saw from Angel Yin, who's gone 30 yards past the hole right to the back of the green. It's often the way we see it, isn't it?
Now this will be an excellent birdie, and this will make up some ground for Eri Jatanagarn.
Well, it would have.
Only even par today for Eri.
Well, at least she makes her par in the final group, something her playing companions have found impossible to do. And they walk away now with the chance of getting a bit of a score going, because the 13th is a par 5, the 14th is that drivable par 4, and the 13th is where Bronte is, and she got it to check up on about the third bounce. Let's see what Yu Liu has learned from her playing companions. One long, one short, and one middle. That might come on down.
You're talking to the ball a lot around this golf course.
Interesting club selection there, isn't it? Because not only is it 227, but it's straight downwind.
I think that fooled Sagander a little bit. Now, Lincecum. Saddle pedal. It's going to be one hard putt to read.
Brittany's having one of those days. Couple of twos on the card at the shorter holes, but it's just not happening for her. +1 for the day. Ahead at the 16th. Speaking of short holes, it's got a bit of length about it for a par 3, 171, but Lydia with the chance for a 2. Oh, yes. We have seen a lot of 30-foot plus putts hold this week.
And on this hole, look at that 2-4-2. That's looking very promising finish for Lydia.
Yes, so just confirming that score at the 14th was in fact an eagle. So Lydia has made up 3 shots in the last 3 holes. Here's our leader. No harm done. That'll be a par at 13 for Brittany. So she's probably not aware of it, but she leads the golf tournament outright.
I know, that's a very good point, Pete, because there aren't leaderboards in that section of the golf course.
And area just drills this one straight down the 13th, split the middle of the fairway.
Five, please.
Looking for a sandy par. I should say a sandy birdie, went into the bunker, but now has her work cut out. Yeah, she just looks a bit frustrated.
Everything's laboured today for her.
They can't feel any breeze back on that tee, but it's a little bit left to right. This is heading straight towards that big bunker. Doubt it'll miss.
Yeah, so it is a different wind direction today. We were contemplating that earlier, but it's definitely more from the southeast or maybe even the east, where it was mainly northwest or northerly in the first couple of days, and that changes the complexion of the golf course. Bronte Law rolls one in nicely, and that's a very good up and down. She had a bit of sand to cover with that delicate little chip. Bronte makes birdie.
Se-Yeon Kim needs something to start happening now to stop all this, and that is down the right centre of the fairway. Not a problem there.
Well, she's got to be thinking at least 1 under for these 2 holes, and potentially 2 under, and maybe even more depending on what she can do.
And I think she's got a very good caddy on the bag. Oh, Brittany Lincecum. The golf club can't come soon enough for you.
Meantime, a difficult hanging lie for Angel Yin, up and over the slope, and let gravity do the rest if it gets there. Come on. Not too bad. It could have hung up very easily on that ridge. Still going to be quick on the way down. Not thrilled with the result, but potentially could have been a whole lot worse than that. Angel tied 4th, 3 back, and she finds herself 2 shots behind Se-Yeon Kim. Now that would be pretty much unthinkable after what we saw in the first 3 holes today. Remember, Se-Yeon at one stage had a 4-shot cushion over the rest of the field.
And that looked temporary as well. She was just going to keep on surging.
Yeah, Danielle's pulled up short of the bunker, but on quite a slopey lie. The ball is going to be well above her feet. She can see next to nothing from where she's standing, so just going to try and avoid a lot of bunkers down there. She's going to give this, going to give it a little bit of a crack, so she's quite happy with the lie.
Now, there's bunkers short that are about between 107 and 137 short of the green.
She has gone with the 3-wood, Pete. Got plenty of elevation on it over the first lot of bunkers. Now let's see. Yeah, it's okay. Slightly dangerous.
Sat down a little bit, Sandy, so a bit might depend on the lie she's been able to pull there.
It's going to be in that light rough, though. It's a difficult second shot to know exactly where to place it. Ooh. Putter from a long way off the green for Saganda. And look how bumpy that was. It's not a bad result. I mean, you always say a bad putt is better than a bad chip, but
it's 233 to get it to the front of this green. She's having a crack. Now, the line is good. When she gets up there, but again, Pete, she's a very long way away from the flag.
Well, the one good thing is, Sandy, she's had plenty of practice.
And she has 3 putts for par from there.
And she's got a little smile on her face saying, oh yeah, I think I know this song.
226 for area to get it to the front of the green. The pin is then on 19, but it's very awkward on that left-hand side. Now I'm going to be very interested to see her angle in here. There's quite a bunker right across the front of this green. Not that easy to access. And she's given it all. That is so far right. Quick. Miles right. Wow. Okie dokie. I'll put my roller skates on.
You'll need to maybe get a scooter. There's plenty of those in this city. That is right of right. Time to ponder, and as they do, we duck ahead to see whether Yu Liu can make eagle at 14. Certainly with the best of the three opportunities there, because it was one short, one long. Angel Yin this for birdie because she was through the back, and she's done a pretty good job to get it down to here. Well, it's amazing, isn't it, Kate? With her power, 227-yard par 4, you'd have to be thinking, well, I'm not going to make 4.
No, and that's the thing, isn't it? You know, drive for show, putt for dough. That old saying, that's never a problem for Angel Yin. Remember when we watched her at the Solheim Cup? Ali and I had the pleasure of commentating at it in the States, and you had the ball follow and the carry. And, you know, she was carrying it 270 yards. It's an exciting player to watch. But now Sigander, after an interesting choice of club, going with putter from way off the green. Just didn't sit well with the eye, using a wedge. Now this birdie putt.
This to move to within 2. Well, how about that? Angel and Carlotta with their length, both looking as though they're going to be content with 4s. Carlotta's made hers, Angel yet to make hers, and the look on her face tells you that it doesn't exactly please her that much. Ali Whittaker has come back in and joined us in the box on what could turn out to be, Ali, a pivotal hole here, because you've got the par 5 13th followed by this drivable par 4, and it's a chance for the players to kickstart things.
Especially after kind of grinding through 10, 11 and 12. 11, just a short hole, but it's really hard to get the number right on it. You'd think a wedge would be scoreable, but we've seen stranger things on the golf course. Nice and solid.
Who would have thought that Yu Liu was the one who was going to get her birdie there, playing with 2 such powerful hitters.
Yu Liu's quite long.
And she's been really impressive, Kate. I think with her demeanour around the golf course, just her course management has looked really impressive this week. Just a 4 for Angel. Stupid was the word she mentioned, and she's, I think, talking about her tee shot there, because that was the shot that cost her any chance of making eagle or birdie. Brittany Altamari, the 27-year-old from Massachusetts in the US of A, is our leader in the 3rd round by 1.
Might be hard controlling it out of this quite fluffy lie for Danielle. She's only about 65. Yeah, not looking too bad, but it needs to ease up. Oof.
If it's long, I don't care.
Good shot.
That's the best I can do.
Well, she's happy for it to be long. They're
Ollie
getting on
Brett.
again.
The eternal optimist, Ollie. He's very good. He's a good influence on her. Tee shot on 14 for Bronte Law. Looks like just a 5-wood. Might have just been in between clubs for Bronte.
A couple of people have come up shy on 14, but then you see what happens if you go long. You've got a miserable putt.
Yeah, you're better 20 short than 20 long. Paula, another birdie chance. It's been a good week. She's got it going in the last 5 holes. 3 under par for that last 5 stretch. And she's to 6 under now. 5 back from this young woman. The galleries have come in as the LPGA returns to mainland China. And perhaps one day those youngsters will get to ply their trade on the big golfing stages around the world. Brittany Lincecum has done that for a long time. We know one thing, she can reach this 14th. It's just a matter of getting the right club. And that wasn't it. Well, might have been the right club, but the strike didn't seem that good. And it's been, as Kate said before, one of those days for Brittany. That's Se Young Kim's ball on the way.
It's for an eagle putt. So it's a birdie chance for Se Young Kim. She keeps on leaving herself with that length of putt, but at least this time it is for a birdie. Now we're waiting on a ruling for Eira Jatanagan. Remember that second shot? She sprayed way right into the trees. Danielle Kang is there for 3.
Easy one for you.
Okay.
Real quick.
So I'm going to go that way, but the sling is on my way.
We tried to hit like a low draw into that back corner. Will we get relief from that wire?
No. No, it's not a TIO. Thank you. Yep, sure.
She gave it a go anyhow. There's a wire hanging through one of the trees, but that's a no, it's fine. She's actually lucked out here because this rough was horrendously thick, and it's come out the other side, the far side, but she still hasn't got a shot. Trees block her out completely.
Not too high.
So I think looking to play to
keep it down. I mean,
if she get the
You
top
see
half
Daniel?
of the green.
I am there.
Yeah.
She putting.
Just going to wait for a moment here because I think Danielle Kang is going to go ahead and putt up on the green.
The best Danielle Kang can hope for is a par. Now let's go back to Eira Jatanagan.
Still incredibly tight here. Just, oh, no, she's caught the edge of the branches and pulled it up.
It's It's an awkward bunker, that too, she's gone into. A lot of the lies above your feet, just the way that the sand kind of lies in that bunker. It's not that friendly.
She's played 3. It's a par 5, so it needs to get up and down for a par. She's 2 back of Altamari. Altamari's raced to the back of the green on 14, which is the par 4.
She's probably better off getting into that bunker than what it was looking like. She looked like she was just going to hang up on the precipice there for a moment, which almost would have given her no shot, Sam.
It was a pretty ordinary spot to be, and she had no shot where she was anyhow, so look, really that's probably one of the better results. Now she's got to get an up and down. Heaps of room to work with, but there is a ridge. Runs through, she's carrying it a fair way. Now it needs to run out. This is very good from where she was. She might get out of this with the par.
That is so good. Took enough sand with the ball to get it to release across the green. Oh, it's lovely. How good was that?
Truly outstanding.
I found I've watched so many shots this week that I just want to watch again and again. We really have been rewarded with a masterclass in bunker play, long putts.
Here's the Rookie of the Year in waiting, Jin Young Ko. Down to this whole location at 18, down on that bottom plateau as we rejoin our leader.
From the back of the green, needs to be delicate over the slope. There's nothing stopping that.
This is another par-saving putt. Sorry, this is a birdie putt.
Yep.
But this is not a 3-putt, and she has 3-putted from very long range, but at least that one is only for par. Disappointing after hitting green in 2.
The third hole in round 3 must seem like yesterday to her. That was the last time she made a birdie, and we were starting to dive for the record books at that stage to see what sort of numbers she might be able to shoot.
Well, not dissimilar to Area yesterday, starting with that eagle. Similar trajectories.
And we know the battle that this young woman had, and she emerged out of the tunnel yesterday. She did such a good job to get things back on her terms. How good a par would this be?
This would be spectacular, because I was watching live where she was. That is amazing.
One birdie, one bogey on the back 9 so far for Danielle. After recording a number on the outward 9 that she was looking to better when she stood on the first tee today. It was 37 out. So she remains +1 for the day. Of all the players that we can see on the top of our leaderboard, of the top 22 players, Danielle Kang is one of only 2 over par. How's the touch from Bronte over the last couple of holes?
Pretty fabulous. Pete, she is one classy player, and she's just going to get better and better. That's going to be a tap-in birdie for Law. That will help her campaign. Jin Young Ko would like this to go in on 18 to get to 6 under, to be in with a shout going into Sunday. Winner of the Australian Open earlier this year. Very good players out of South Korea, of which there's only just about 100 of them right now.
That we know of.
Yeah, that's LPGA. We haven't touched KLPGA.
Bronte Law, by the way, has walked up and tapped in. And Brittany Altamari leaves one hanging on the edge. So it is only 227 yards today. But what a test it is proving to be for these players. So many of them walking off with 4s. Minjee Lee, Yu Liu, Mi Hyang Lee able to make their threes, but the players right up at the top have been struggling.
Back right hole location, which is not a problem for Carlota Ciganda. Very good chance there. So Ciganda has a chance of a birdie, which would mean she would climb to 9 under, and that's just 2 back of the new leader, Brittany Altamari. Not the player, not the household name we would expect given the stellar field that is assembled here in Shanghai, but look who is breathing down her neck. Se-Young Kim, Arya Jatanagan and Minji Lee are just lurking a couple of shots behind.
We have been referencing a little bit that things could start to happen because of that whole location that we're seeing there at 18 today. It's accessible. And so what we have in the last 5 holes on the golf course is we have the 3 easiest holes today are in the last 5. So there's a good chance that things are going to catch fire on the way in. At least that's what everybody at the top of the leaderboard is hoping. And when you look at the likes of Mi Hyang Lee, she was able to finish with 4 birdies out of the last 5 holes. Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff was 4 under par for the last 5 holes and got things going. So there are shots out there for the taking. Wei Ling Shi on her birthday gets a birdie at the penultimate hole. So she's managed to birdie 2 of those holes that we were talking about, but she's also thrown a bogey in there as well.
The 15th hole, closing stretch. Here's Bronte Law.
Breeze at their backs at 15 today with that different wind direction, and that will be a long way down there. Three easiest holes on the golf course to come in the stretch in front of the leaders. Round 3 coverage of the Buick LPGA Shanghai of 2018. Peter Donegan, Kate Burton, Ali Whitaker in the box. Sandy McKenzie out on course. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. And here we are at the pivotal 14th. Just 227 yards today. Area iron in hand.
And it is with the 2-iron, Pete. She carries this 2-iron about 225. It's like a bit of a dart heading towards that left bunker, though. Oh, it's skipped over and it's gone past the bunker. So that's 1 down. In a bit of a dilemma as to which club to hit there because she's a little bit in between.
Not the longest player, but has found a lot of fairways this week for Altamari.
Has an interesting follow through, Brittany, because she kind of, once she gets through impact, she bends both of her elbows, and both of her elbows kind of fold quite quickly. We'll have another couple of looks at that on the way in.
Danielle Kang carries this wood about 220. It's gone straight right. It is wide, really wide. Caught the bunker.
Right bunker.
Not thrilled, I think we can safely say, and nor would you be. Angel had a massive putt at the 14th, and she's got another one here at 15. And that will be one that she'll need to be very vigilant with on the way back.
Now, Se-Young Kim just dropping back a club. The 3-wood carries 230, and this is only 227. So she certainly doesn't want to land it on. Drop back 1. Nice high ball flight. Tail breeze, but a little bit right, but it's got to get there. That's all right. Not a bad position.
especially in light of what she's seen from her playing companions. So is this going to be the hole that restarts the engines for Se Young Kim, because she's been in neutral for a long time now?
From the fringe, Yu Liu. Just under-calculating a little bit of the break there. Interesting, I was talking to one of the local members and they said that they used to have all of that right-hand side on 15 closely mown so that the ball would be rolling off, and it's almost about an 8-foot drop in places, and bringing the rough up has actually almost made this hole, in particular the right hole locations, much easier.
And speaking of a seemingly easy hole location, we just got a glimpse there of 18, which has been accessible today. Angel Yin, good 2-putt from long range. She's a bit hot at the moment. Yu Liu is further from the hole, so she'll beat Carlotta to the punch. Might ask my learned colleagues a prediction question in a moment about what might lead at the end of the day.
Thanks for the heads up.
Now, just give you a little advance warning. Bearing in mind that we've got the 3 easiest holes on the golf course in the last 5. We're at 11 now. What leads?
When you think the area came alive on the back 9 yesterday, she started off so brilliantly, and then she did at least make 3 birdies towards the end of her round yesterday. So you would think they would at least pick up a couple each.
So 13 maybe?
I'm going 13.
Yeah.
You look at the finishes of people like Mi Hyang Lee, who had a hat-trick of birdies on the way in, as well as Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff. She had eagle birdie to finish. It's certainly out there to be had.
So given the fact that we've basically got a consensus in the box that it's going to be 13, that means there's absolutely no chance that it will be 13.
We really should have hedged our bets a bit better then, shouldn't we?
The kiss of death from the commentary box. Very makeable chance for Saganda. This to get to 9 under.
Really unsettled over this. Needs to get in there, pull the trigger quickly, be athletic about it, be connected with your target. Well, 5th time's a charm.
Yes, she was. And you can see from her reaction there that she was pretty pleased to get that one behind her.
It's going to be a big carry here for Danielle. And I'm going to jump into the equation. I'm going to be the odd one out and go -12.
All right. See,
somebody has to be right.
See who gets bingo later on.
Now, long carry. She's carried a long way. It needs to settle down. Now get some spin because there's a bank there. It's coming back. This is going to be very good from where she was. It was a horrible tee shot.
Thank you. Of the 3 tee shots, I don't think we thought that she'd have a good birdie look out of 3 options.
She's got a scintillating short game to lean on, Kang. She gets up and down from everywhere.
She's a long way back.
Well, it's her trusty club, though, Ali. She has been very good with this today. But you look, she needs it. You know she's not long. It's all the way back. The hole today. 30 paces on, so they need to giddy on up.
It does have a bit of length about it for a par 4 at 416 yards, but she was a long way back. Good touch from Se Young. She needed it, and Now maybe we can get another red number on the card.
You all right, Ollie?
Just taps it in, and so the birdie does come eventually for Se Young Kim. And she joins Brittany Altamari in the lead, and Brittany's got her issues at 15.
It almost doesn't seem like the pin on 15 is on the green. Back from where the players are hitting. That might get a little help too for Bronte Law.
There's three great talents, Dino, Bronte and Owie, our cameraman. She's given the impression today that the clubhouse can't come quickly enough, Brittany Lincecum. It's just one of those days where everything seems to be a grind and laboured out there.
This is a putt for eagle for area. It's a long way away and up, and now it's over. Running. Pretty good. It's run on a little bit, just made an awkward distance, but gosh, they're hard to read, those putts up and over those big ridges.
Well, especially when you only get to trickle it over the top. You can't really hit over the crest of that hill with any authority, because it does really just roll out, falls away, as you can see, past the pin.
Breathing a big sigh of relief, Carlotta Sagander, after having 4 or 5 looks at that short putt she had at the previous hole. Just 2 back from the lead. The Buick's on offer if she can measure at 171 yards exactly on line. But that'll do.
I dare say it'd be more than a 7-iron for Angel and Carlotta today. The way they're hitting at it.
Well, what sort of birdie would this be for Danielle Kang after hitting such a wide off the tee? And gave herself a really awkward bunker shot, but it was a cracker. So she could get back to even par for the day. One of very few players to be over the card.
I can tell you exactly, Sandy, of the top 24 on the leaderboard, only Danielle Kang and Brittany Lincecum are over par for the day.
Yeah, well, I'm sure she'd love to get out of that pairing. Now this for birdie. Oh, that is very, very clever. I'm seeing a lot of very good saves out here, Pete. There's been some exceptional up and downs.
Yeah, we saw a few of those yesterday. A lot of them coming from Se Young Kim, but Danielle gets herself back onto an even footing now and is in a share of third, 2 back from the lead.
Important putt, this one for area too, because of course she was in totally the wrong part of the green, but that was with the 2-iron off the tee. So this is still for birdie. She's coming straight up at it. Breeze is really starting to pick up now. It's the strongest it's been all day, and it's gone back. You'll be pleased to know, Pete, it has actually gone around to a northeasterly. It's been very gusty. Well done.
So hard to get a handle on the breeze, Sandy, the way that it's been quartering around, and sometimes 90, 180 degrees. So the players will be struggling with that, and perhaps that's an indicator of just why the scores haven't quite been what we expected them to be. But they're a part of the course where that alley may change.
Brittany Altamari might need a bit of a bump and run hybrid from here, a long way from the pin. Might be saying the same thing about the next one coming back.
So that would have been a difficult putt for her to get her head around. She says that her eyes aren't that great, and now she's going to have a putt where the eyes are going to need to be working on the way back too. So it's Brittany Altamari having her troubles at 15, but she's got some company. Se Young Kim is back to a share of the lead in round 3. Look at all those red numbers in the right-hand column. That's an illustration of what we were talking about with Danielle Kang and Brittany Lincecum. At the top of the leaderboard, there's that blue number that stands out like a beacon. Stands out almost the same colour as Brittany Altamari's eyes.
No, her eyes are much paler than that.
And it makes your blue eyes blue if you're 3 over par, as Brittany Lincecum is today, especially in light of all of the other numbers that are around. So the golf course over the first couple of days, it averaged 72.72. Yesterday it was 73.17. So it got tougher, and it'll come down a fair bit today. 71.23 is what they're averaging. So it's nearly 2 shots easier than it was yesterday.
It's been a good round though for Pei Yun Chen. 7 under so far in her day 3. Move in the right direction from Anna Nordqvist.
And Dimitali and Tadapa Sawanapura. 80 players in the field, and just repeating, I'm sure there will be plenty of Charlie Hull fans out there. You may have seen that she had a reasonable first day, but she was unwell at the end of the first day, start of the second, and so unfortunately we have no Charlie over the weekend. Interesting old day, and time to recap what has been going on in the last hour or so. Angel Yin made a bit of a move. We know she likes the back 9. She proved that yesterday. And here she is after going out in 36 with her second shot at the 10th hole. Contours to be used here. And contours used particularly well. Almost perfectly, in fact. A kick-in birdie for Angel there at the 10th.
Still on the 10th. Brittany Altamari. Deadly with the hybrid in hand today. Chasing after this one. And again, using what the golf course gives her. So that was a birdie as well.
Not content with what she did at the 10th hole, Angel Yin went to the 11th and was able to roll one down the slope very accurately. And so that was 3 birdies on the bounce for the young American.
Do you think Angel Yin and Brittany Altamari, they've been sharing and doing their homework together, I think, both with birdies on 9, both with birdies on 10, this on 11. For number 3 in a row.
Danielle Kang has had to do a bit of ad-libbing out there, especially when you're perched up on the precipice. Just breathe on that, start it on its way, and hope for the best. And get the best. What a brilliant putt that was from the birthday girl.
And the drivable par 4 caught the right edge off the tee, did Lydia Ko. And she made the most of it. Right to left, never looked like missing. A 2 on a par 4. That's got to feel good.
And Minjee Lee also experiencing the good feeling of 14. Not quite as good as Lydia, but still a birdie nonetheless. And so the younger brigade beginning a bit of a charge at 14. We're one ahead of that. Speaking of the younger brigade, the 23-year-old from England. Bronte Law with a birdie opportunity to get to within 2.
Paula Creamer playing alongside the entire Australian Olympic team in fact, today in Minjee Lee and Sue O. How's that for a third into the par 5 17th? Birdie a sure thing to get to 2 under par for the day, 7 under total.
She had 80 yards in, and it was 80 yards perfect. It's been a struggle, the 15th, for Brittany Altamari, and she drops a shot, at least one. A little care needed on that one. So incredibly, now things are starting to happen, and what's happened is that Se Young Kim is back where she was. She's the outright leader.
Oh, it had a look on the way by. So going to be par at best for Pamplona's Carlotta Segunda. Has an apartment in the city there. Always goes back for the running the bulls every now and then when she can.
Oh boy, this really stings. For some reason, the 15th has just reared up and bitten Brittany Altamari. And out of nowhere, she makes a double. And after being the outright leader, now she finds herself 2 shots out of the lead. That hurts.
Good for the putting stats. You hole out from off the green. Nice little birdie there on 16 for you, Liu.
Brittany Altamari just had a lot of trouble with 15, Ali. Why would that be?
Well, mainly because of where she left herself on the green, but it's not that easy from the tee either. Most players able to cover those bunkers on the left-hand side. Really only about 230 to carry those today, especially given the wind. So really anything down the left half of the fairway will set you up better for the approach shot. It is easier to hit this green from the left side than the right. And today, the whole location all the way 30 on and 6 from the right, so brings trouble right into play, but also we can see you need to be in the back half of the green as well if you want to make par.
4th hardest hole yesterday, 4th hardest hole today.
All players have driven relatively well, although Se Young Kim is over on the right-hand side, just in the first cutter rough. The ball's laying okay, but the pin is also on the right. She's got a tail breeze behind her. 145 to get it all the way back. Pin's a long way back.
Yeah. Great shot, man.
Probably would have expected that to roll out a little bit more than it did. Only got about 3 or 4 paces in the end.
Danielle Kang is just a yard closer at 144, but in the centre of the fairway, so she's getting a better look without any big mounds or anything in front of her to get all the way back. Just 115 to the front. And like I said, the breeze is strong behind. It's looking all right. Now get up.
That long? I don't care.
Just about hole high for Danielle. Angel for a 2 at 16. Hopped around on her a bit. She's hot under the collar at the moment. Has been for a couple of holes now.
Well, she talks when she's playing well. She talks when she's playing not so well, Angel.
Area really drilled the tee shot down here with the tail breeze, low ball flight. Only 99 from the front, so makes it 129 to get it back there. It's only a wedge. Got a lot of air time, a little bit left of the flag. Needs to settle. There's a big slope going off to the left.
By my calculations, Aries hit that up about the 300-yard mark off the tee if she only had 99 to the front.
Carlotta up ahead, by the way, has been able to tap in and make her par at 16. It's been one of those days for the world number 3. And it doesn't end with a birdie. It started in disastrous fashion for Se Young Yu. and she was never really able to reclaim any momentum despite those birdies that followed. So a tough day at the office. Even the very best can have those. She's always found herself up near the top of various standings, including the race to the CME Globe, which is dominated by Eri Jutanagan. Soyeon in 6th place. But look at the gap between first and second. Such is the year that the Thai star has had, with those 3 wins, 14 top 10 finishes. But that doesn't guarantee victory in the race to the CME Globe. Things will happen at Naples, Florida, when they arrive at the season-ending title. And it is theoretically up for grabs for the top players when they get there. But certainly Area with the advantage of having had a wonderful year. And she leads the race to the CME Globe as we head towards the end of another brilliant season on the LPGA.
Bronte Law. Seen a lot of players left of this pin, but you can use a little bit of slope to the right of it. Or you can just go straight at it, Bronte. Very makeable birdie putt coming up.
She might have been thinking, I like blue cars, when that ball was in flight. Annie Park at the last. This is nothing more than 4 feet for a birdie. Great year for this young lady, and not such a bad day either. Gee, that would have been nice. 68 blemish free, 69 blemish free is still pretty good. She'll be ruining that opportunity. Did a good job to maintain her concentration when someone as good as Soyeon Yu is having a difficult day right beside you. Hang on.
It's a pretty flat section of the green over on the left-hand side.
Final group is at the 15th, and Se-Young Kim with an outside chance only of a birdie.
Ended up a lot further away, Pete, than she thought from where she was down the fairway. Uphill, but then as you get halfway, it gets a little steeper uphill, so you need to get a decent roll on this to get it all the way back. There'll be some right to left in it.
It's interesting you should say they were a lot further away than they thought, Sandy, because we heard the reaction, great shot, and yet we could see that it was still 35, 40 feet.
Yeah, it was quite a surprise.
A little bit of help to the right of the hole. Plenty of flat putts to the left. This is going to just miss the slope. That's tricky coming up next for Altamari.
Let's check in with the 17-year-old from China, Wenbo Liu, who makes her par at the final hole and completes a very competent round of 69. She looks the goods. She's got so much natural improvement to come.
Area coming across the green for her birdie. Not to be. Haven't seen a lot of them out here.
Just detect Ali and Sandy's voice that she's feeling pretty confident that the 12 might be the number rather than 13 that we were talking about.
I've been watching a lot of golf out here today. It's had its moments. Danielle will be the next to go. It's not too dissimilar line to what Area had, so she might have learned a little bit there. Just coming across this green, there's a big hollow short of where she is, so you're sort of sitting on a bit of a side hill here. But it's very makeable.
We know what she's capable of doing, putting down a big slope. We saw that with the result that she was able to achieve at the 10th with one of the best putts we've seen all day.
Coming off that really good up and down birdie on the previous hole.
Few players would be disappointed walking off 15 with a par today. So, difficult equation here for Brittany Altomare. From up on the top tier. Gradual is the word that comes to mind. It's going to be tap in 3. Maybe not the worst settler after the double bogey on 15.
Now this one for par to stay one shot ahead for Sei Young Kim. What a roller coaster day she's had. Just a spectacular start. Birdie, 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 and there's been some interesting golf after that. It's been very up and down.
She does generally hole out very well from that distance. There was a little bit of side door in that, but got the job done. So she does maintain that one-shot lead. Brittany, can she get a red number on the card? There have been way too few of those today. There you go. That'll work. And it takes the American back to 2 over par for round 3 as Area taps in for her par. She's one back. Sei Young Kim has the lead. Saganda Altomare, Danielle Kang tied 3rd.
Oh, and a little lap of honour for Bronte Law. So that makes it 4 birdies in the last 5 for the young Englishwoman.
So that's given her a share of 3rd place with the players that we were mentioning a moment ago. What's going to happen on the way into the clubhouse?
Second for Saganda on 17. Hard to choose an angle from where she is. You can see the pin behind the bunker. And that really, the safe play to the heart of the green. There's not a lot of green to aim at right at this whole location.
2 shots going today by Australia's Minjee Lee to be up within 3 of the lead. She's at her final hole. And this pin is accessible at 18 today. On the bottom plate, very accessible for Minjee, and much better chance than she's had for many of her putts today with a birdie coming.
Yu Liu's a long way down there on 17. Oh, very nice. Is it going to stay up there? It might get better yet.
If she holds that, she's 1 off the lead.
Had 3 eagles on 17 already today.
Paula at the last, looking to do exactly what Minjee did just a moment ago. Come back down. Come on. It's taking its time. Very tasty. 2 great shots from Minjee Lee and Paula Creamer. Birdies probable at the final hole. The Rolex World Rankings, the top 3 players are here this week. And it has been a battle between Sung Hyun Park and Area Jutanagan. There was half a chance Area might have been able to take away the #1 ranking from Sung Hyun last week in Korea. She wasn't able to do that, but they are locked in battle with Soyeon Yu, who's had a difficult week so far in third. The great Inbee Park, well, isn't she always up near the top of the Rolex rankings? And Minji Lee rounding out the top 5. And China's darling Shan Feng in 9th spot. That's the way the Rolex rankings are as we head towards the end of 2018. And we head to 16. And why don't we take a look at this beautiful piece of machinery? The Buick 2018 new Regal GS. Around $40,000 US of motor car. Stunning looks on the outside. The best of comfort, technology and performance. And it's all yours if you can just stand up over your golf ball and pop at the 171 yards of 16 into the hole.
Big cross breeze here for these players. Is looking like it's sitting right out the peninsula, this flag.
Trying hard to get closer.
The other half of the Aussie contingent in this group, Suo. Seeing it's Suo's 3rd shot. And just as nice as the other two from further back.
And the other two are Paula Creamer and Minji Lee with birdie opportunities coming.
Certainly doesn't look like a lot of room up there. 6-iron for Danielle, but she has dialed this one in. This is going to be good.
And that sat down fast. That was a well-struck golf shot.
Sorry. I'll stand over there.
It's going to be the same club for Seyoung Kim. She too is going with 6-iron. Breeze just dropped down a little bit as we've been standing here. It was quite strong when Area hit off right to left, but not too much about it at the moment. It's a far left pin. It is a 6-iron. It's to the right of the flag. Now it depends on the bounce. It looks pretty good from here.
3 wonderful shots. She's made par here the first 2 days and a chance of going 1 better and to get it to 12 under. Stuck ahead to 17.
Has to get creative with this. Segunda riding the slope round. Very nice. And that little tap in is going to be to get within 1 of the lead. What a productive day it's been for the Spaniard. 4 under par as we speak. 1 hole to play.
And it's been done with a minimum of fuss from Carlotta. Not really a Broadway performance, but effective. Par saver for Suo after finding herself in some trouble, and she makes her par at the last. So that will be a round of 70 for the Australian. And she finds herself 5 back from the lead. There are 18 players at present within 5 shots of the lead.
Can we find another eagle? Oh, it had every chance. Really, the second shot was the one to watch, setting up a chance for eagle there.
Almost a tap-in birdie at the last for Minji Lee. Let's hope so anyway. Oh, no.
In the game of tennis, it's an unforced error. We don't have a category for it in golf. Maybe it goes down as chances missed.
For eagle to move to within 1. Made eagle here yesterday, Angel Yin. And we believe that that group, by the way, has been put on the clock.
Well, this is the group ahead. Up on the 18th green. And Paula Creamer knocks that in for the 4th birdie in 5 holes. Came home strong for a 69.
We've been talking about the vulnerability of the golf course in the last 5 holes. Paula taking advantage of it. Angel can here too. So that gets her to -9.
All 3 of the players in this group reaching the green in 2 with eagle putts. Carlotta in for birdie. Angel in for birdie. And Yu Liu caps off the group.
3 really good shots in here at 16. All players with a great chance of picking up birdie. It's downhill for Area. See how gently she hit that. A little too gently.
Yes.
She'll be thinking birdie at the following hole, but one there would have been nice. Hard to find a player who's made 5 here up near the top of the leaderboard. Brittany will be hoping that that trend continues.
The only way Brittany would have been able to get up near the green in 2 is down that left side. That's why she opted for that off the tee.
Danielle Kang, the next player, with, again, a good birdie chance here. Just a little bit of left to right. Breeze has virtually dropped to absolutely nothing. Now there's not a breath of wind.
Danielle Kang moves into red figures for the day. She's not going away anytime soon. Brittany Lincecum got it a long way down there, very close to the water. So she won't have any troubles getting home. 2 putts from there would be a good result.
Say Young Kim for birdie after hitting a really awesome shot in here. 3 very good tee shots. Unfortunately, Area couldn't capitalise. But Danielle has. Say Young has the chance here to pick up yet another one. It's only been bookends. Paige, she started well and she's finishing well.
Well, it could be birdie, birdie, birdie start, Sandy, and there's the potential of birdie, birdie, birdie finish for her. There's the first one. Most people are making 4 at 17. And then we've got an accessible hole location at 18. So it may be the bookends for Say Young Kim. And wouldn't that be a nice way to start and finish? Forget about what happened in the middle if you can do that. She leads by 2 at the moment as we head towards the clubhouse. Round 3 of the Buick LPGA Shanghai. Hope you're enjoying the action. All of those players having done their job for the day, including Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff. If you are just checking in with our coverage, a day to remember for the Englishwoman. She made a 1 at the second earlier today. And then at the second last, she made another eagle, a 3 at the par 5 on the way to a brilliant round of 65. such a good day for Brittany Lincecum, but she was able to nail that birdie at the 16th hole, and she's got a couple of putts for a birdie at 17. Sunghyun Park, the world number 1, got it going today, but after being only 1 under par at the halfway mark, she's left herself with too much to do as we head towards Sunday. How about Pei Yun Chen? 64, thank you very much.
Having the looks of it as well, we'll have ourselves a new tournament record at 64. That is the low round of the week. Not the best day at the office for DT Ashok. 75 for her, and also Catherine Kirk. Moves in the right direction, however, for Thai Rolex first time winner this year, Titipa Suwanapura and Emma Talley. Nice to see a red number there for Jin Fang Dung.
Heading towards the clubhouse on Saturday in Shanghai, the Buick LPGA of 2018. Anyone got a telescope? Brittany Altamari, seemingly acres or hectares away, but have a look at that for touch. That is superb from the American.
A couple of moments ago, such an attackable pin today on 18. Oh, beautifully played. You know what she just said. Vamos. Every second hole for Carlotta.
The short way home is down the left-hand side. It's not a very big area, though. Just taking a shorter wood here. That's fine. It's going to be a fair way back. Whether or not she can get there from back there, I don't know.
It'll be an important tee shot coming up for Se Young Kim, because remember yesterday you can either go left, you can go right. Se Young went centre, and there are bunkers where she went yesterday.
Yeah, it's the only hole you don't want to hit the middle of the fairway, because there is no middle to this fairway. You do have that left option. 240 is the carry out, so there might even be 3 wood some days for the longer hitters, but most players trying to get the most out of their drive, hitting down this right-hand side today. And then if you do happen to find the rough off the tee, layups between these bunkers will help with the pin over on the right-hand side. And then up to the elevated green, pin really in the centre right of this green, maybe a little bit towards the back if anything. 3 eagles so far. If you can hit the right hole, playing nearly half a shot under par. And the second easiest hole on the golf course.
The breeze has just sprung up. It's coming directly into them. Needs to keep away from those bunkers. She's gone to the right of them. She's going to be fine this time. It'll be in great shape. Not a problem.
Up ahead at the green, also from long range, Brittany Lincecum has probably had a little bit of learning off the shot that Brittany Altamari had on a similar line. Learned something about the pace. Might have been nearly the longest one we've seen hold. Paula hold a monster yesterday late.
Perfect drive for Yu Liu. Ooh, that's hard in mouth territory. Safely on land.
Just going to lay it up down this left-hand side for area. Oh, that's not. That has gone left, and it's going further left, Pete. It's looking pretty ugly where that's heading.
Ew. Well, she got a break. Remember when she scored at one right a couple of holes ago, but she's going to need a break here.
What a finish this would be on 17. She is coming home like a freight train. Bronte Law That would have been birdie number 5 in 6 holes.
Angel should be putting for birdie when this one lands. And she will be. And it won't be very long either. She's used the contours of the greens really well on more than one occasion this week.
It's not often with longer hitters that you see them being so comfortable hitting half shots. It's something that Angel does better than almost anyone else in the top 10 in the driving distance. To finish it off. The eagle would have been something special for Brittany Lincecum, but I think she'll take a tap-in birdie.
Back-to-back birdies now. She's almost clawed her way back to even par, and the lady just on the left there, Bronte Law, has got up and tapped in at 17 and made her 5. So she's 3 shots back from the lead. How about this for an up and down from where she was? She was miles away over on the left side of the green. That's excellent. Very good from Brittany Altamari. Credit to her, Ali. She steadied herself after that double bogey, which can shake a lot of people, having it late in the round like that, but she's done a good job to get it back on an even keel.
It was a well-handled golf hole, really, from start to finish. You can't give her home crowds something to cheer for. But all in all, a pretty solid showing from her today. Seems to be getting far more comfortable near the top of the leaderboard, but also in these pressure situations. A 69 in round 3.
Carlotta to close with a birdie. She'll be looming large as we head into Sunday. Nicely done. That's a really good round from the Spaniard. 5 under par round of 67. No blemishes. She's a real threat come Sunday. Terry McNamara, one of the caddies who's been around for so long, for so many years on the bag of the great Annika Sorenstam. And they're a good combination, that two.
I'm not sure which one has more respect for the other, to be honest with you. It truly goes both ways.
This then for a closing birdie, a round of 68, a 3-round figure of 10 under, and as it stands right now, a 2-shot deficit to make up. That may change. She's had the game face on. A little bit hot at times in the last little bit, but now the smile comes over Angel's face because the job is done for the day, and she's done a very good job to get herself within 2 of the lead. Se Young Kim, though, has a couple of birdie opportunities coming in the closing 2 holes.
Aria's just over there playing her 3rd shot from the bank. She could only just hack it out of all that rubbish that she was in. So just coming up a little shy.
Well, she'll do well to make par from there. This was just a moment ago from Danielle Kang. Ponders it, nearly in one bunker, into the other.
Nearly spot on 200 to the front. This is a really difficult pin to access with those massive bunkers. at the front. The breeze is picking up again. It's coming into them. But she's having a crack. Oh, she's in the water. She's drop-kicked it.
Oh, my goodness.
Completely missed that. Wow, that was a surprise.
Well, it's not the sort of thing you want to see, but that's the shot that makes hackers everywhere think, well, if it can happen to me, it can happen to them. How about that?
The difference is, for Se Young Kim, it's 1 in a million shots, probably.
Yeah. Now she's got to collect herself mentally, because that can shake you.
She's still going to have a long way in.
I can't see. And flag. Okay, I'm gonna go here.
It looked as though the 17th hole was going to be pretty straightforward for Se Young Kim, our leader. But it has turned out to be anything but straightforward, because this is what happened just a moment ago. Extraordinary. She's still got a long way in, and the other thing, Sandy, that she's got to do now is collect herself, because that can rattle you, and she looks rattled.
Well, it does, Pete, because she had such a good drive. And she really was looking at hitting the green here. Wind is picking up as well, and that's another added coming into her quite strongly now. Where she is, back on the edge of the water here, you know, she's still got 190
70 at 70.
180
Yeah,
to the front.
70 at the end. Yeah, and then the wind. Before you drop it, like go 2 back. You know what I mean? 89 pins, so like 95 pins with a 5-wood into the wind. Or
1 second, pull down. I need to think about it. Maybe 190 to the pin. 5 is okay. No problem.
I'm thinking 95 though, because we cover no problem. It keeps us from going long.
Yeah, 5 is enough. But the here, what is
190.
Yeah, no problem.
It's going to pitch pin.
Can be
That's what I'm saying. So I like
a little
5.
more. But still.
That way we land short of the pin and at least.
Here?
Yeah.
175 cover.
Cover.
To the pin?
195. Right there.
All right, so we've worked all that out, exactly where she wants to be. The number is, but this is shot number 4 for Se Young Kim. Our final group is having just a little bit of a nightmare on this 17th.
And that discussion that she just had with Paul Fusco tells me that she is rattled by what's happened, because it's very straightforward that this is a 4th shot. She had to confirm it with him, and then Paul was saying, well, take it back, and it just seemed as though she just didn't have her mind around it for a moment.
Do you know, Pete, top players don't expect to hit those sorts of shots. Low ball flight. She's made good contact with this one, but it's going a bit right. It's okay, that'll do. All right, we're on the important surface at the moment.
That was a really good shot given the circumstance and the way she was thinking over it. Just trying to draw one in here on the final hole. That's going to be an interesting putt coming up for Brittany Altamare.
One of the first things we said on Thursday when we got here is you need to be on the right level on these greens, and Brittany is not. The other Brittany might be. Trying to get it back to even par for the day. And a putt for a 72.
caddy Missy Peterson. So that just flung off the club face, that one.
Well, lots of the galleries are here to see the great Chinese superstar Shan Feng in action. This is what they saw today, and what they saw was very promising early on. At the very first hole, she missed the green at the back, but then was able to do this. And so a birdie on the cards straight away.
Then on the fourth, this little downhill right to left putt. That would also drop for Shan.
2 birdies in 4 holes. Why not make it 3 in 5? Perfectly done, and she was on her way.
Then on the 6th, still a long way back. Pin on the front today. Beautifully done, setting up birdie number 3 in a row.
So that was 4 birdies in 6 holes, and when she played this shot at the 18th, she had 4 birdies in 17 holes. It was a holding pattern after that for Shan. And then she came up with a good approach to the last. Unfortunately, though, she had to be content with a par at the final hole. So it was a promising round from Shan. Finished up being a 4 under par round of 68. Plenty of drama going on at 17. There have been some charges coming from behind our leaders who are having their difficulties. One of them has come from the young American Angel Yin with a 68. Here she is with Kate Burton.
Angel, very well played coming down the stretch. How about the 17th hole? You had an eagle opportunity. It's a cracking closing hole.
Yeah, like the finishing holes, they're challenging, but also you can go for it. Like I almost got an eagle again today. But yeah, it was overall really good.
Yeah. What is it about the back 9 on this golf course? You had a 30 yesterday, a 32 today. Yesterday you said, I felt I was being hypnotised by my caddy. I kind of glided around.
It happened again. So we got to the back 9 and he just hypnotized me again and says, do what you did yesterday. Birdie your first 2. So, yeah, I think we should keep playing the back 9, just the back 9.
Okay, it might be a bit of a big ask for the tournament organisers. You're going to have to take on the front 9, but you are in contention going into the final round. Are you excited about that? Do you love the prospect of competing?
Yes, I love competing. That's why I'm playing, right? So, but yeah, I'm excited to be in contention again and going to Sunday.
Yeah. 18th birdie was particularly good just a few moments ago that you had.
Yes, yeah, hopefully we can birdie 18 holes tomorrow.
Well, you got your mum out here as well this week, Michelle, but I believe she's not a golfer, is she?
No, she's not. I'm the only golfer in the family.
And how did that come about?
I don't know. I don't know how that happened.
Okay, but she takes care of everything off the golf course, so she's very handy to have with you.
Yes, so, you know, even though she doesn't want to travel with me, just, you know, come, just do the other stuff so I can just lay horizontal in bed after the round.
Okay, well played. It was a brilliant finish and you're looking good for tomorrow. All the very best.
Thank you.
We'll keep an eye out for the caddy producing the watch from the fob pocket and the hypnosis coming when they make the turn tomorrow.
Danielle Kang has had to play some very big shots today out of some very big bunkers. And that's nice. It's looking good. It's online.
She kept the club face so square when she was setting up to it, really trying to get all of the distance out then. Smart play by Danielle Kang.
Very difficult for Brittany Altamari. Down the step. Oh, nearly a closing birdie for Brittany. So she'll have to be, in all likelihood, content with the par. Did a good job to recover from the 6 at 15. She's held it together.
Par putt for Se-Young Kim. It is not going to be, so it is going to be a drop shot. Any time these players drop one on a par 5, especially one that they can reach, you really nearly feel like you've dropped 2. Kind of like putting those 6s.
The reality is she's dropped a shot and a half, really. on the field, averaging 4.57 at the moment, 17th.
Sandy's going to win the prize because 13 under will not lead. Brittany Lincecum for a 72. Oh, tough day. At least a couple of birdies to encourage her at the end of the day. Back to 17.
That was for par 4 area. So another big name, another big gun at the top of the leaderboard, also drops one at the 17th.
When we have a look, and the point that Ali was making, we have a look at our computerised scorecard here. It's just 4-4-4, even a couple of threes thrown in. So it is big not to be able to make a birdie at least at 17. Brittany Lincecum says, okay, get me off here. 73, that'll do for Saturday.
Par save for Bronte Law. Oh, she had such good momentum going between 12 and 16. 4 birdies on the card. Just fell a little bit by the wayside with that final bogey. But did well to fight back in this round.
She's 3 back at the moment, maybe 4, depending on what So Young Kim can do at the last. It certainly is a birdie opportunity. Good par to finish for Brittany Altamari. So a nice little recovery at the end. A hug from Audrey on the bag saying, well done. All right, we've put ourselves into a position where we can win this golf tournament. That'll all happen tomorrow.
Well, I've said it a number of times today. For Danielle Kang, this will be a heck of an up and down. She's had a few of them. She's put herself in some fairly interesting places today. This is going to run down the hill. Now, this is still for birdie. Oh, gosh, that looked good. Going to be just a par, so at best, our final group is going to be 2 over on this par 5 17th.
I'm not sure I would have believed that if you said it on the tee.
That's bizarre, Ali, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And So Young's got a little bit of work to do yet. She's a little bit rattled with what went on. As I said before, any time a top player hits what is just, a really atrocious shot, it does shock them a little bit. And there's no doubt it did rattle her.
So then it'll be 11 under at best for So Young, and she'll fall back into a tie with Carlotta Saganda, and we'll be hearing from the Spaniard in a moment.
Taking an awful lot of time over this. She's backed away from it on a number of occasions.
Okay, just the one dropped, and she'll be pleased to see the back of that. So now she has a share of the lead with Carlotta Saganda. The Spaniard shooting 67 today. Kate Burton has caught up with her.
Carlotta, a very good round and a classy finish as well with those 2 birdies.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy with my round, especially no bogeys. That was very good. And yeah, I've been playing good the last 2 weeks, in Korea last week and then this week too, hitting lots of greens, giving myself lots of birdie chances. So I'm happy where I am, and hopefully I can win tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting group to follow. There's a lot of good players at the top, and you just feel like you're ready to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, I want to win. Yeah, I want to win because I didn't win last year. So, I mean, I would love to win. I love playing in Asia. I think this course is good for long hitters. It's playing quite long, so I'm quite comfortable, and hopefully I can play good tomorrow.
Yeah, you look particularly comfortable over the putts. You nestle down beautifully into the putts and are really striking the ball very nicely.
Yeah, I've been putting pretty well. Yeah, the speed, it's been really good. So I think this is important in this course because you can have some long putts if you are not in the right area. So yeah, I'm happy the way my game is feeling, the way I'm putting, and I'll go tomorrow out there and fight and have a good time with Terry.
Okay, well, all the very best of luck tomorrow. Go get him.
Thank you. Thanks.
Carlotta looking for a third LPGA victory after a couple in 2016. Such an experienced player around the world. That experience will hold her in good stead tomorrow. So she's tippy-toed her way up to the top of the leaderboard. She shares it with Se-Young Kim, but the Korean has the opportunity to bounce back at the final hole. Five hours into the round now, after teeing off at 10:50 local time this morning. Our final group arrives at the final tee shot on Saturday.
Got a little bit of a cross breeze here, Pete, coming right to left. It's picked up again. The wind's been up and down all day today, even changed directions a little bit. Danielle bombs that one. Oh, I looked up and I've got an aeroplane sitting above my head. And that's going to be in great shape for this second shot.
Don't tell me that's the first plane you've seen over the last 3 days, Sandy.
No, I've got so used to them. I've got used to the noise, and I looked up and it was in line with the ball. It just took me for a minute.
Just on the left edge of the wing.
Yeah.
Aiming at seat 5A.
Now, Se-Young Kim. Well, it's just been quite intriguing. I really don't even know who's leading this tournament anymore. There's been so many ups and downs, and it's been a roller coaster, especially for this young lady. Bombs that one down. Gets that high ball flight down the left-hand side. Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
Well, you can tell Se-Young, if you don't know who's leading the golf tournament, if she makes birdie at the last, she will be.
All right, I think we're all a bit rattled with what's going on.
It's been an intriguing day in all sorts of ways. Everything just went, to be quite honest, it went a bit flat for a little while, but then the twists and turns that have happened in the last 3/4 of an hour has been extraordinary.
And there's been some really, wild golf out here today. It's just been some unpredictable shots and then brilliance, and so interesting.
Our final group has reached the final hole on Saturday.
The par 4 18th, 373 yards. And the wind is coming from right to left. So really just inside the left edge of the right bunker would be ideal. Most players hitting around about the 100 mark today. So trying to split between the two bunkers is exactly what you want to do. With the pin on the front, just 7 paces on. And that's why the birdie number has skyrocketed on 18, 29 so far today, playing as the third easiest hole on the golf course.
He just needs to get this into play. Just down that right centre. Right to left breeze. This is just going down the centre, moving a little bit to the left, but all 3 players will be in great shape.
And they have to be thinking birdie here at the last with the whole location that they've got today. That yellow dot in the fairway, that area has just trundled past, is 130 to the front. And the pin's only on 7. Se-Young Kim. It started in unbelievable fashion, and then it's been a matter of holding it together later in the day. What a way to start after a brilliant couple of days where she fired 67 on both of them. So important for your confidence to put the second shot at the first hole close and give yourself a chance of a birdie. Well, she followed the script to the letter and did make an opening birdie.
Well, incredibly, on the second hole, there are only 6 birdies all day long. And a hole-in-one from Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff, mind you. But this from up high for 2 in a row from Se-Young Kim in the right door. No problem at all.
There were a few more birdies at the third, 17 of them, in fact, throughout the day. And if you thought she was hot at 1 and 2, have a look at this approach at the third. And suddenly, everybody was diving for record books at this stage. 3 birdies to begin for Se-Young Kim.
Well, bogeys on 7, 8 and 12 put a bit of a dampener on Se-Young's spirit, but she drove to here on the short par 4, 14th. And that nice little chip set up and down for her first birdie in a while.
And then at 16, with the Buick on offer, had the line, a really good tee shot. All three had good tee shots there, and Se-Young was able to come up with a birdie at 16, but things were about to change in the most dramatic fashion.
Had this happened earlier in the round, who knows what her score would have been today. In the water with the second shot on the par 5, walked away with a bogey on one of the easiest holes on the golf course.
And there's no question about the fact that it played with her head for a few minutes afterwards. So she's still trying to collect her thoughts. She wasn't that happy with her drive. It's finished up in a good spot on 18, but she can close with a birdie and put all those negative thoughts behind her.
That one more you can.
140 for area to get it to the flag. Pin is just on 7 today, so just 133 to clear the front. That is just with 9-9, and that needs to sit down, I think. Oh no, that's good. Good. You've just got to catch that little bit of backboard there.
Yeah, you've got a little, probably 7 or 8 yard margin of error there, Sandy, with the backstop, and a lot of players have been using it, so a birdie putt coming from area.
Both Danielle Kang and Se-Young Kim have exactly the same yardage. Danielle's going to go first, 126 to the flag. Just with the 9-iron. Now straight at the flag. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. And Se-Young Kim, what she would do for a birdie on this hole after the dramas that she has had. They have been dramatic, both up and down. Too has the 126 to the flag, just the 9-9. Contact's good. The line is a little bit left of the flag. That's okay. They're all on the right level anyhow. It's coming back down a bit.
3 birdie putts coming then, and that putt for Se-Young Kim to take the lead into Sunday. She's experienced the gamut of emotions today. She must have been thinking, as everybody else was after the first 3 holes, and then it turned into a real struggle. Then she got things back on track again at 14 and 16. Comes up with a shot she wouldn't play twice in a million at the 17th, and now has a putt to go into the final 18 holes as a leader. And we've spoken often, Ali, about what a good front runner she is.
5 of the 7 wins she had, she was leading at the halfway mark. Mind you, one of those 7 wins was a match play event. So really, it has been pretty good records for Se-Young.
So what we are set for is a fantastic Sunday, regardless of what happens here at the 18th. It's going to be something to behold in Shanghai tomorrow. And hopefully the galleries will be out in their numbers in 24 hours time. Around about this time tomorrow we'll be acclaiming the champion, of course, unless a playoff is required. And if it is, then we'll start on this hole. We'll play this hole a couple of times. I dare say the LPGA officials, Ali, will not be quite as generous as they have been with the pin placement here at 18 today for a championship round tomorrow.
No, and I haven't looked at the pin positions, but I dare say it might be tucked a little further left tomorrow, maybe just to bring some trouble into play on the last hole, as they sometimes like to do on a final day.
And a lot of our attention, naturally enough, is with Se Young Kim. There's Sandy McKenzie, who's been out with this group. Sandy, I've got to say, I'm full of admiration for what Danielle Kang has been able to do, and to scramble as well as she has. She's got a few birdies on the card, but she's had to grit her teeth a few times, and she's done it really well.
Danielle's been really tough. She's been really interesting to watch, because just when you think, yeah, she's down and out and things aren't going her way, she just bounces back again. And this is not the first time we've seen it. We saw it last week as well, Pete, too, in Korea. And she knows how to really tough it out. She's certainly a different player than I would say she was, 12 months or so ago. She just seems like, she just never gives up.
Well, maybe a reflection of the work she's been doing on patience with her new coach, Butch Harmon.
And I think you're right, Ali. I think that the temperament, she's always a little hot, and still has her moments, but just seems to be able to get it back on track better. This for birdie for Danielle. This will take her to -11. So she's fought really well, because there's certainly been times when I've thought she's going to struggle now. She's had a lot of those as well today. A lot of putts have shaved the edge of the hole. She's had some sensational up and downs from various places. So it's been a real mixed bag, but a good fight to be sitting where she is going into the final round.
She's one of 5 players within either a share of the lead or a shot of the lead, and it might be 6 in a moment heading into Sunday, because Aria's got a birdie opportunity coming. 71 for Danielle. Upsetting day at the start. Someone took off with a golf ball after she played her second shot to the first hole. She's been able to keep it all together and to give herself another chance of winning, just as she had a week ago.
I have to say that incident that happened on the first hole, Pete, I felt a bit sorry for the kids, because they were only like about 4 or 5 years old. So it was just really playing more than anything than somebody actually literally taking off. I don't think they had a clue what they were doing. But Se Young Kim, well, hopefully she's got the clue to get this straight in the hole for a birdie on what has been a slightly roller coaster day for her. Not to be. It has been, well, you'd have to call this a frustrating one, even though she's still sitting there at -11.
3 over par, or 3 under par for the day after 3 holes, and then she finishes at 1 under par for the day. The look on her face tells you she's about as puzzled as we are with everything that's gone on. Aria has this for a 71, this to elevate it to -10, and this to mean we will have 6 players at either 11 under or 10 under.
And what a big Sunday we have to look forward to. Now, can Aria roll this in for a big finish? Not a problem.
Pretty crowded up the top of the leaderboard as we head into the final 18 holes. The world number 2 is poised to pounce. Danielle Kang has been rock solid. Brittany Altamari has hung in there. The big hitting Angel Yin has made a charge. The big hitting Carlotta Saganda, that young woman, has made a charge. Se Young Kim is up there at the top as well. And it's a brilliant prospect going into Sunday. So let's review our shot of the day. Angel Yin came up with it. This is at the par 5 9th. Had a couple of looks at getting that one in, and Angel taking not only our shot of the day, but taking a share of third at the end of the day. So after 54 holes, this is the prospect we have. Spain and Korea at the top, Carlotta Saganda and Se Young Kim. Then 3 Americans and the young lady from Thailand, Angel Yin, Brittany Altamari, Danielle Kang and Eri Jutanagan within a shot of the lead. Yu Liu is only 2 shots back. Minji Lee along with Paula Creamer and Bronte Law are 3 shots back from the lead. It's a mouth-watering prospect for Sunday, and it's going to be a brilliant conclusion. I hope you can join us. So is Carlotta Saganda going to taste victory for the 3rd time. On behalf of the team, it's goodbye from Shizhong Garden Golf Club in China. Look forward to your company tomorrow at the Buick LPGA Shanghai.